still record though without Zoom.
Well, Zoom will record you because it can't hear you.
Yeah, but I'm saying right now I can still hear on Granicus. It's gonna record.
Turn my microphone on. Good morning, everyone. This is the open meeting for the regular open meeting of the United Laguna Woods Mutual Board of Directors, a California nonprofit mutual benefit corporation. It's Tuesday, August 8th, about 9:35 a.m. We're in the boardroom in Laguna Woods Village, and this is the notice of the meeting and the agenda. Today we have Granicus working, but we don't have Zoom working, so we'll have to manage with what we have. We do have, I'd like to call the meeting to order, and we do have a quorum, so welcome to all of our directors. Good to see you all. So first I'd like to start out with the Pledge of Allegiance. And Director Casey, if you'd lead us, please.
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, do we have media here today? Anyone for media? No. Okay. First item is the approval of the agenda. Is there any changes to the agenda? Maggie?
Yes, I would like number 12C to be moved. I'd like 12C to be moved to new business as 13C.
What is the purpose
Why?
for that?
Why?
First, I consider microprint insufficient notice. I have never seen microprint before in the village in 12 years with my involvement. And we have it twice on this same thing. We complained last time it was hard to read. It is still in microprint. Secondly, we did not finish, we cut off our discussion, and we have not heard from Jeff yet, so I believe it should still be on 12C. Thank you.
President Ross, may I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, talking about a small print, the one that you sent it under Maggie, please check, is the same font, is in the same font that comes from government document today. So that's solved the problem. If you can see your document with that font, You can see the other one.
The
Number
re-
two.
the
no,
residents cannot see it.
Excuse me, I am talking.
Yeah,
And
no
number
problem.
two, this was already collected all of the information sent to our legal counsel. Legal counsel corrected, and what you are seeing is directly comes from Jeff Bowman. Mr. Bowman is our legal counsel and is corrected and consider all of the discussion that we had last time. And this time, if this is coming as the first time, and then goes for 28 days for review for the members. And if members have any question, they will come next month for that too. So,
Okay, so this is the first.
The first time.
Then it should be under 12C.
It doesn't matter because it was here unfinished last time. It's already one time.
So
It's
let me correct something that Azar just said. It was voted, or actually at the last meeting, we made some changes to this document.
No, we did not.
And we recommended some changes to Jeff. Some of the directors sent requests to Jeff Beaumont. Jeff Beaumont made the changes to the document, submitted the clean version of the document, which is in our package, which incorporated the changes, and that's what we're going to vote on today, or talk about, and then vote on today. So that's the plan. Diane?
From my recollection, I don't, tell me if I'm wrong, wasn't it last time? From my recollection from last meeting, weren't we sending it back to committee, and then committee had to go through the process and then send it to finance, or is that not true?
No.
We were
committee.
sending any questions that we had to Jeff Beaumont, and any directors were welcome to send their questions to Jeff. And he was going to make the changes to the document and submit it back to us as a clean version for our board to vote on today and to talk about today. That was the plan. It was never sent to committee.
I believe when the United Secretary reads the motion today, that if she includes that it'll be on 28-day review as recommended by staff, which it says it on the motion, I think that takes care of
Yes.
it as a first reading per se.
Yes, I agree.
That would be okay.
Good.
And also, I have some changes. I wanted to move 11.
Point of order? What did we decide to do with this?
So
before we went to something
we're not changing this. We're keeping it at 12C.
Yes. And I would like to see 11F move to unfinished business. 11F, because it's in consent calendar, that means we cannot ask question is on one vote, and I have many questions regarding to that.
This is, are you talking about the
11F move to
11F?
unfinished business, maybe 12D.
Is that the
30.
lodger policy, is that sublease
It is about the sublease, yes.
for the lodgers, right?
No,
No, it's for sublease.
Sublease.
Just
Okay.
But I have questions.
Maybe
on that.
Maggie, you can explain.
it is the original sublease.
Sublease,
The
okay.
one that we are functioning under and have been functioning under for 4 years.
Okay, so there's no change to that.
There are
Yes,
no
there is changes there.
substantial changes.
Okay.
We changed one address to be above the other,
Mm-hmm.
and we changed some wording. It is cosmetic only. None of it is legalese. None of it has changed any procedure. None of it changes any process or any notice. None of it has any legal
We can talk about
implication.
that later.
I'm sorry.
Wait,
Hey,
she has the
come
floor.
on,
She has the
Czar,
floor, we're
keep
not
it shut.
debating. We're not debating. Okay,
None
go
of
ahead.
Not debating.
None of it has legal implications of any kind, which is why we put it there.
Okay. So we'll keep it there.
No, I have question about
Do you,
that.
do you have, do you
Well,
want
you
to make a
recognized.
vote?
I-
Do you
Come
want to
on,
make a
you're
vote?
interrupting.
I have question about this.
Okay, so if you want to make a motion to move it, then
I
make a
want to make a
move it.
motion that because there is some wording
I
there that is
already-
not
Wait,
correct.
she has the floor. Azar has the floor. Raise your
Yeah,
hand
now
if you
you
want to
say
talk.
that.
So, 11F, let's, can one at a time people talking,
Yeah,
please?
yeah, let her talk,
11F.
and then you'll talk.
11F has some correction in there that I have question and needs discussion. Is that does fit on the consent calendar? And I don't think so right now is the right correct timing to go to those words and goes and explain. And nothing changed. If you go to the 1112C, when I present what I want to say, if everybody agree, we vote on that and we pass. Nothing is wrong. I mean, it's not
Okay,
should
so
be.
you're making a motion to move
I make a
that
motion to 11F goes
Point-
to
point-
12C.
12D.
Point of
12D.
order.
Okay, would you like to say something, ma'am?
Yes, point of order. I made a motion to move 12C from 13C. I made a motion to move 12C to 13C
Okay, let's take care of this
first.
motion first, and then we'll take care
Oh,
of your
but
motion.
I made mine first.
All right. Tom?
First of all, there was no second to any motion so far of anybody's. So there's been no motion made and seconded. And it is my belief that any time a member wants to move something off the consent calendar, they should be allowed to. So I would second Azar's motion to move 11F to 12D, just because I believe every consent item, if there's any discrepancy, should be moved where there's allowed to be discussion on it. So that would be my second to Azar's motion.
Okay, do we need to have a vote for that, or do we not need to have a
Made a
vote?
motion, need a vote.
I'm sorry, are we moving to new business or unfinished business?
Unfinished business because it's already.
Okay, Azar,
Okay.
raise your hand if you want to talk, okay? Anyone, raise your hand if you want to talk, if you want to be noticed.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to, we made a motion, it's been seconded.
Excuse me, may I
Oh,
speak
no, no,
quickly?
no, not yet, not yet.
You're out of order. You have to go with
Not
the
yet.
first motion and ask for
Okay,
a second.
thank you.
You didn't ask for a second.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take care of this one first.
It's aye.
Okay, so all those in favor of moving the recommendation for the approval of sublease and application package to where are we moving it?
12D.
12D. Raise your hand. Okay, okay, it's unanimous. Anyone opposed? No? Okay, okay, now we'll take up the first motion. First motion is to move 12C to, what was it to, Maggie? Future?
13D now. Would be 13D now.
No, 13C.
Oh, well, the other one is now Oh, it's 12D, okay. So the next item under new business, which would be,
So
13C.
13C. Move
Yes.
12C to 13C.
right.
Okay.
Siobhan wants to talk.
Siobhan?
We would move that to unfinished business because it was on new business last meeting.
Say that again?
We should move this item to unfinished business.
Unfinished business.
That means
So-
where it is.
Yeah, to new business.
No, where it is right now, because we talked about that last month.
So say that again, I'm sorry.
I would propose that this item be moved to unfinished business rather than new business.
That's where it is.
There you
It
go.
is an unfinished
It
business.
is.
Are
13,
we changing the
12C.
motion?
So the motion is to move it from 12C to 13C, is that correct?
No,
Maggie?
Meg.
Yes.
Okay. So all those in favor to move from,
Is there a second?
Oh, yeah, is there
There
a
is no
second?
second.
Good point. Is there a
There is no-
second?
No second.
Is there a second?
No.
No second?
Okay.
Okay, it stays. Okay, so it remains at 12C. Tom?
I move we accept the agenda as amended.
I second it.
Okay, thank you. Oh, do we need to vote on that, or
May I have a discussion on that
on which item?
agenda?
Why don't you wait till member comments?
Well, this is an agenda item. I have a question with the agenda item. I
Let's-
want to add an
let's-
item to the agenda.
Let's
I
wait till
was in
member
the prep,
comments.
prep meeting, and I was told I'm not allowed to
Yeah, but
talk about agenda.
all the
item there.
members, I know, all the members speak at member comments, so,
But at that time, the agenda is already settled. I cannot change agenda item anymore.
but you could talk about any item on the agenda or off the agenda. So talk about it during member
I
comments.
want you to talk about it.
Okay, you could sit down, please. We'll talk about it when member comments. Okay, so now I'm going to report of the chair. Oh, no, we have approval of the meeting minutes. I'm sorry?
Vote on the agenda.
Okay, that's right. We need a vote on the revised agenda. All those in favor of the revised agenda, raise your hand. All those opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Approval of the agenda is done. Approval of the meeting minutes from July 11th, July 13th, and July 27th. Any changes to any of those?
Oh, I was going to move it.
Oh, okay.
Second?
Okay, it's moved and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay. It's unanimous. Okay. So now I'd like to report as the chair. I want to continue to keep these meetings done as professionally as we can, following Robert's rules as close as possible. And I don't want attacks or yelling or interruptions, no bullying, no yelling, no screaming, none of that stuff. So I want to keep these run as professionally as we have in the past and as we continue to do so. And that includes our directors and our members, too. So please keep decorum as best as possible. And then for one of the big things we're working on, I mentioned it at last month's meeting, is our budgets for 2024. There's a very important meeting tomorrow in our boardroom at 1:30. It's the third revision of our budget. We're getting very close to finalizing our budgets for 2024. We have significant issues that are challenging us, like property insurance, which continues to go up, up, and up, and our other costs due to inflation, which we're fighting as much as possible. And we're looking at anything that can be done to help us with those increased costs. And so we're going to have some detailed discussions, including salary discussions, including discussions on property insurance, including increases to our association dues because of landscaping and maintenance and construction, all the increases due to inflationary pressures. So I think it's important, and I think this meeting is on Zoom tomorrow. I think it is. It's an open meeting. And so I think it's on Zoom, so you could all watch it from your home, or you're welcome to come here tomorrow at 1:30. I think it's important for everyone to be here. Second issue is more of a personal issue, and this relates to some of my neighbors in my residence. So now I'm going to, like I'm standing at the podium now, pretend I'm standing at the podium, because I wanted to present a problem that's happening in cul-de-sac 9 in my neighborhood. And we have a problem that I think needs to be resolved. And I'll be very brief about it, but it seems to me that a series of my neighbors are getting notices from a security officer. And the security officer gives us notices that most of my neighbors have clutter in their carports, but including me. I have clutter in my carport. I was noticed. All my neighbors were noticed. And they were noticed by a security guard. And so one of my neighbors asked the security guard, why are you noticing so many of the neighbors when they just have one or two little items in their carport? They have a granny cart, they have a little trash can, or they have little things like that. And his answer was that because we're looking at one of your neighbors that has serious clutter problems. And because of that one neighbor that has serious clutter problems, we have to report all the other neighbors to show that we're being fair to him. And I don't think that's correct. I think we should go after the one with the most clutter and not waste our time with the neighbors, including me, that has one or two little items in our carport. So and also, I question the use of using our security for doing that, because our security is supposed to keep us safe. It's supposed to, watch out for us. And if we have people in the community that are in danger to us or threatening us or, not supposed to be here, homeless people that are living in our carports or in our washing areas, that's the role of security. So there's a couple things going on here, and maybe, Shaban, you could take this information and come back to us with a response on what's going on, why is it going on, and it seems to me that it could be handled much better. And if it's happening to me, I'm sure it's happening to other residents in the community, and maybe you
And
can
I was
help
going to
us
ask
with that.
Security Chief Nunez just to give a brief explanation, please. Thank you.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Foster. And President Ross and the board. Security does look at your safety. That's one of the primary functions. Secondly, they work in conjunction with compliance for any violations that are out of compliance, which are the rules that the board actually put together that request us to enforce. We don't make up the rules to enforce. And when we're called out there, and I will research this incident, and this person, the security guard, do you know when this happened?
Yeah, it happened. I've got several notices here.
Okay.
I can give you the notices.
Okay, we can do that if you want offline, and I can research it. But typically what happens is they will go out because there's a complaint or a follow-up to compliance to investigate to see if their clutter has been cleaned up, because they'll get a notice and saying, please clean up this area. And then they'll ask us to go out and look to see if the place has been cleaned up. If it hasn't, then there will be times when we'll issue a citation, a notice of violation, if you will, and then or report back to compliance saying it's still out of compliance. If there's a specific case or working, if we notice other areas that are actually in violation, along with that, they will also issue notice or courtesy notices to the folks that are in violation of clutter, which is one of the largest complaints we have in Laguna Woods Village. Is clutter calls that we go on and compliance actually handles. And like I said, we don't generally go to self-initiate those calls, where they're usually calls for service that people want us to go out and investigate. And the only way we could issue a notice of violation is if you actually are in violation of what's allowed and what's not allowed or what's not allowed in your carport area. And if they're doing something other than that, then I will definitely hold them accountable for that.
And typically, Eric, these are the compliance inspectors, not security officers.
Yeah, well, I was going to say they are, but we have worked in just recently in the past with compliance because the number of people out of compliance or the area has as you were saying, that what I was going to say is, if it is something that is allowed, then you should have not received a notice or a violation. But if it's something that's within against the rules of United, then you will have probably received that.
Yeah, so maybe we need to look at the rules, because most of my neighbors had one or two little items that they were cited for. That takes time to cite, takes time of the committee to, review the clutter. And so it's a waste of time to me to see so many of my neighbors getting cited for such small amount of clutter. But I'll let Diane talk.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, having a shopping cart that's put away under the carport space, shouldn't be a violation.
They don't do it with shop. Those little carts you're talking about should not be a violation.
It shouldn't be, but I think sometimes I've noticed in the past that there could be a security guard that gets a little overzealous, especially during COVID. I mean, they were down there at the
Okay,
Greens.
we were just having Eric give us a brief update.
I
so
know,
Let's
but you
just
gotta
thank
just
him for
watch
his
it.
time and move on. Thank
Well,
you.
As I said, I'll get those dates from you, and then it'd be easier researching the exact dates that you have in mind. Okay, thank you.
Does this relate to this issue? I can give you some point of order.
We're going to have member comments. You could talk as much as you want about that.
23 minutes.
No,
Yes.
sorry. Have a seat. Okay. So I'm done. Report of the chair. So let's move on to open forum. So at this point, at this time, members only may address the board of directors regarding items not on the agenda and within the jurisdiction of the board of directors. The board reserves the right to limit the total amount of time allotted for the open forum to 30 minutes. A member may speak, I think that means 3 minutes. A member may speak only once during the forum. Speakers may not give their time to other people. No audio or video recording by attendees, and no rude or threatening comments. Members can attend the meeting by joining Zoom link and to have your message read during open forum. Okay, so let's go ahead and welcome our members.
First speaker is Jim Ropo.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm here about a safety hazard issue that we have not been able to resolve. For March, April, May, and June, I attended the Resident Advisory Committee meeting working with Directors Lee and Liberatore, and I also have had email communications with Catherine Laster from VMS, and I'm not here to complain about any of them. We're all sort of stymied together, I think, right now. On Calle Aragon, on the sidewalk, down by the Aragon entrance to the Performance Arts Center, is a broken utility cap on the ground. It's broken, it's crumbling, and there is a fair amount of space underneath it. I can tell you, for over the last 5.5 years, a weathered cone sat on top of that utility cap. I know that because we walk there just about every morning. The utility cap says Pacific Telephone, which went away in 2002, and nothing has been done about it. We did, with the help of Catherine Laster, we did get rid of that cone and put up some of these orange poles, 3 poles, and some caution tape around it. If somebody steps on this cap that's crumbling, they are going to get seriously injured. We are very concerned about this with our Vision Club members, but really it's a safety hazard to everybody. It appears, and I don't have access to the documents, but based on what Catherine Laster told me, AT&T is the problem. This is their property, and they do not seem to recognize this issue or take any kind of action. And I'm here to ask President Ross and General Manager Foster to please help us to get this fixed.
Okay.
It's a true safety hazard. If you step on this and go down, you're going to break something. This is not good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Next speaker is Joyce Eileen.
Yes, I'm Joyce Eileen at 687C. My complaint is this. About 3 weeks ago, I called Resident Services and informed them around 8 a.m. I had water overflowing from my backed up toilet, and the water was flowing into my wooden floors and will ruin them. The guy in Property Services, when I reported the problem, stated they have a new rule that no call will take priority and all calls will come out, but no time frame can be given. I immediately called an outside plumber who came out by 9, cleared the toilet, and stopped the flooding water. Incidentally, Property Service did send someone out around 2 p.m. They left a note as we were not home. By then, the problem had been resolved. However, my hardwood floor was ruined, and we had to have my hardwood floor redone. In conclusion, when our members call with an emergency and need immediate service, we should respond in kind with an emergency immediate response to assure the safety and health of our members and our co-ops. Another issue is what President Ross put up about the security guard. I was the one that talked to the security guard, and he informed me that everyone got a ticket because there was one person that had clutter. That is unacceptable. These security guards that we pay for need to be doing things around here to make us safe. There are plenty of criminals that are living here, which I know. That's the job they have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Ed Scanlon.
Good morning. My name's Ed Scanlon. I live at 848 Rhonda Mendoza, Unit Q. And I'm here because I received an email on Friday, July 28th in the PM. I didn't see it until actually Saturday morning. And so it was a notice of disciplinary notice for noncompliance. And as I investigated what this was all about, and as I read through this letter, it was very disturbing to me. It was threatening, and it was authorized by you people. And I'm going to read you the part that really disturbed me. The Board of Directors has the authority to impose monetary penalties, suspend members' privileges, and bring forth legal actions up to and including membership termination. I thought this was a retirement community, a place where I could come and just enjoy living out the rest of my days. This thing is about getting a new water heater put into my unit. Okay? A year ago in August, they said they wanted to put a new water heater in. Maintenance came out and decided that my neighbor's cabinet that blocked the vent, that where the things are actually stored, was inaccessible. My wife went down and spoke to the neighbor, and they got at it. My wife suffers from anxiety and from depression. Her health was terrible for 3 or 4 months. She doesn't even want to see this person again. This is not the community I moved into, I thought. This is bad. And the fact is, it's not my cabinet. This letter was authorized by you. Where was the due diligence on your part? On the alteration department's part? On the compliance people's part? On the maintenance people's part? Is anybody doing their job? I'm just asking. Okay? What I need to know is, when is my water heater going to be installed? I've walked around the neighborhoods. I've checked on these cabinets. And it's not only in my manor. I've seen several other manors that have the same problem. My son is a contractor. He came and looked at this thing the other day. He said, no, if that was a gas water heater in there, you're not in compliance. The fire department could come in here and shut you down. So I think it's behooving you to find out what's going on and what's going to happen, and I would like a letter of apology because this notice went out on the internet. That means that my good name has been soiled by you people, and I want a letter of apology and that it is not my responsibility to make it fixed. It's not my cabinet. I live up top. The neighbor down below has a cabinet that blocks the vent at where the water heaters are, and I would suggest that you find out. If it is a fire hazard, okay, there's no way to turn off the water. There's no way to shut off electricity in that place, and right now you can't even get in there to see it.
Okay.
So I would just recommend that you do your jobs and make it right. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And I have a copy of the letters here of the disciplinary notice. If you'd like it, I'll leave it with the secretary and you
please
can
do.
pass them out.
Please do, yeah.
But not a very nice letter.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Harold Medentz.
Morning, everybody. Harold Medenza, 421B. As I went in front of the GRF board yesterday, I want to ask you the same thing. It's very simple. I would like to ask you to get together with GRF and with Third and create a way to get an audit for this whole system. In my mind, it doesn't make sense that we're saving money here, we're saving money there, and we get paid more money for the association. A forensic audit is fantastic. It will clear, it will be good for VMS because they got nothing to hide. Everything would clear, would be good for you because it would be great to find out you guys didn't do anything wrong. Every business that I ever worked with, we got an audit every 2 years, and it's welcome. You got nothing to hide, do it. Has to be outside, not inside accounting. Because if you read, and I am not a hell of a bookkeeper, but if you read the statement that we get from the audit from VMS, that I'm sure they're the one that created, it doesn't make sense to me. So that's, I will ask that tomorrow to Third, and hopefully you guys listen to this. It's for the benefit of all of us. VMS, the boards, and us. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I ask a clarifying question? I'm sorry, I missed. What do you want audited?
Yes, audit, outside audit.
Or financial records, I guess.
All the financial records?
I want to audit all the financial audit like you do every year, not done by inside audit, outside audit. If you do that, at least every 3 years, every time the board changes,
Yeah,
that opens everybody's mind.
We do have a financial audit every year with an outside auditor.
I haven't seen one.
Yeah,
Not,
yeah. Okay, thank you, thank you.
Next speaker is Jerry Miller.
My name is Jerry Miller. I live at 2030C, and I have a similar situation where I had water that ruined my floors, ruined my furniture. 17 days, I had 2 heaters and fans going. I had mold on my walls. Lettner came out and fixed my roof. They said it was fixed. It wasn't. They came out again. They came out again. 4th time, it finally got fixed, but all my stuff got ruined. My insurance has gone up. I've had to use it several times since moving to Laguna Woods. I called the director's office and I asked to speak to the director about this. Never received a call back. I call back again. I get a different person. I had to tell my story all over again. Never got a call back. I called again. I got a different person. I was tired of telling my story, and this person said, well, she has 3 assistants. My neighbor used to work for a big oil company. He shared the same floor as the oil executive. The whole head of this oil company had 1 assistant. Laguna Woods is 3 miles, okay? So talking about waste and cutting back on budgets and so on and so forth, I propose that the next time the contract is up for CEO, we, the stock cooperative owners, all of us, We have to have a town hall where we can ask, what is your vision for Laguna Woods? What do you bring to the table? What can you do to cut back on the budgets? What do you foresee? So we all get an input, not a small handful of people, because we're all affected by this. And I think we truly need that, and we all should have a say. And that's what I propose, and I hope we can get some answers on that.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ms. Elizabeth Romano.
Thank you for your time. I'm here to discuss, again, follow up on the failure of the follow-up on the retaliation and harassment problem issues. There's 3 or 4 pages of harassment policy that were written following harassment retaliation towards me by the board members who initiated that. I have been unable to get satisfaction from that, and there should be something done. What I've had to do is call the police and file a report for bullying because this information is not put up on the calendar here so that it can be discussed. So I did file a report on bullying, and I do have 2 by the CEO. And by that bullying is by using that position to not respond to what we're asking for, to not respond to what I'm asking for, to not respond to the policy for sexual harassment and retaliation that was developed by her and this community. So I'm asking that, for one thing, for her removal, there is no reason that we would keep somebody in place who breaks the law and continues not to enforce that policy that was responsible for. That's a human rights violation, it's a civil rights violation, and it's against the law. And to me, we need better, we deserve better. I deserve better, okay? The other, that's pretty much what I wanted to bring up because it continues. And she continues by not doing her job, and that's the retaliation.
All right,
There's pattern for that,
we're not gonna
okay?
have attacks.
So we're gonna switch to the audit, and I think that whoever has suggested that audit is the community needs this. We need to know where this money's going. I've talked to one of the managers of NCB Bank, which carried most of our loans. They say that there's theft, okay? They filed a theft report. I would like somebody who wants to contradict me about that to call NCB and talk to them and find out where our reserve money went. So I appreciate all the work that you do, and it's sad that I need to go to court and get some attorneys to have some satisfaction on your own policies and procedures. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Mr. Andre Torn.
Thank you very much. First, I want to talk about the clutter issue. Okay, when I was board member, I was told there were violations of clutter issues. So I went to check, and the resident told me that, look at the unit across me. Okay, I only have a few parts in there, but look at the other one. They have 3-4 times as many as mine. Why don't you look at it? So I asked VMS and said, why do you pick on this resident and not the other one? The VMS response was, nobody reported them, only reported you. Okay, so there's the other side. Okay, VMS doesn't seem to be proactive looking at these things, but only selectively looking at the things. And I also have some questions. Okay, there are resident complaints that VMS is complaining about this one part in my garden. Okay, and threatened me to cancel my membership. Okay, like the gentleman that just talked about. My question is, why can't VMS compliance help move the one part to satisfy their compliance issues? Okay, it's just one part, and you need to spend time sending out threatening letters. Okay, the resident said she has cancer. She doesn't have time to take care of those things. Okay, I think VMS is the compliance is totally a enforcement organization, a group. Okay, they are not here to help our resident We hire people to help our residents. We don't need people to come over here and threatening us, okay, or abuse us. Okay, it's a very big problem with compliance at this point. We need to ask our EMS leadership to set up the rule and say, we are here to help residents, not to threaten the residents. Help them live a better life here. Okay, that's one thing that we definitely need to focus on. Help, not threaten. Okay, the other thing is the directive and management, directive versus management and oversight versus operations and execution. This is listed in the book of Board of Director book, handbook. It says your responsibility is directives. You know, a lot of people look at me and say, what is directive? What is directive? Okay, that's what I want you to find out. Okay, how do you define your directives? What's the difference between directive and management? Looking at all the reports here, they are all management issues. These problems should be reported by management, not by you. Okay, I don't want to argue against you because it's management issues. Okay, so thank you very much. Please let us know what is your directive. Give us some examples. Okay, and then tell us where you should focus on, where VMS is supposed to. These should be separate issues. You guys don't defend for VMS, please. Okay, it's not your job to defend for VMS.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Maxine McIntosh.
Good morning. Couple of quickies here. One about the items on the carport. I remember way back, I think it was about 2004 or 2007, the board was discussing items on the carports. And the carports, a lot of them looked really trashy because nobody had been enforcing anything. And we came up, the board at that time came up with just three items that they allowed to be out exposed on the carport, because when people come into the community, they so often come into the carport looking for a parking space, and we don't want them to be thrown aside, you know, by a lot of what looks like to them trash. One item allowed at that time was a shopping cart. You could have a shopping cart out exposed, and the other item was a bicycle, and you know I can't remember the third one. Only three. I can't remember the third one. But we kept it to three. And then in just a year or two after that, or maybe 7 or 8 years after that, we went into clutter on patios that showed from the sidewalk and so forth. And I thought passed a number of resolutions, but maybe not all of them. Maybe just some votes were taken on some. But the idea that somebody has more clutter than I do, why don't you go after them? That's that old thing we try to teach students in school. If one person does something wrong, it doesn't mean it's an excuse for me to do it wrong. Then the other thing, I heard something that was being approved on the agenda that the attorney had gone over, and I heard someone say you'd be voting on it today. I don't believe you can vote on something that's had changes unless they're just secretarial changes. You have to start over again with the calendar, because now it's not the original document, and give people another month. You might want to check that. And and all the microphones in this room was remodeled. We were told you didn't have to lean forward, you could just sit naturally and you'd hear everything fine. Well, Maggie almost has to eat hers. She gets way down like this, and then we can hear her. So you might want to just have somebody check the microphones again. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxine.
We have 2 email comments. The first one is from Chris Collins of the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village. Fall help is available. What happens after you fall? This is the critical moment. Can you get up on your own? Are you seriously injured? Can you call for help? The president of the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village reflects, having fallen myself late at night in my own manner, I know those questions only too well. Emergency response devices or medical alert systems, as they were sometimes called, can provide an answer. For those of us who live alone, these devices provide an easy way to request help. For family members and caregivers, a medical alert system provides peace of mind knowing that their loved one is protected and can help quickly in the event of an emergency. Knowing that help can be requested also permits greater independence while also reducing anxiety and stress. As a corollary to its effort to promote fall prevention, in the past year, the foundation is helping those residents who are fall prone but have limited financial means to get the benefit of emergency response devices. The foundation has rented approximately 70 such devices for the village residents in the past year. Access to such help is available through social services, which determines need and financial eligibility. Social services is located on the first floor of the community center and can be reached at 949-597-4267. Fall prevention classes are also available for August and September. The Foundation of Laguna Woods Village is partnering with Memorial Carroll Saddleback Medical Center to provide classes free of charge right here in the village at Clubhouse 2, with medical center staff leading the sessions. The sessions will focus on different aspects of fall prevention, incorporating chair exercises, stretches, and strengthening to help improve strength and stability. The program will be offered as 1-month segments with 3 one-hour sessions each month on Wednesdays from 2:30 to 3:30 p.m. in August and September. Residents can register for a single month session. Registrations can be done via ActiveNet at tinyurl.com/LWNoFall or at Clubhouse 2 or Recreation Office. Registration for August and September classes is underway. Space is limited. Workout clothes and tennis shoes are recommended. If you have any questions, please contact the foundation at 949-268-2246 or foundation@comline.com. For more information about the foundation, please go to our website, foundationoflagunawoodsvillage.org. Please note that donations can be made using PayPal on the foundation website. And the next comment is from Ms. N.C. Carlson. This pertains to the GRF proposed 2024 business plan budget from yesterday's meeting. And this discusses the Building E space planning. This objects to the GRF budget proposal seeking mutual approval of $7 million for space planning. Number 2, at the GRF budget meeting, multiple requests were made by members for both mutuals for this feasibility study pursuant to good governance, members' rights to transparency per code. Number 3, however, certain directors denied all the requests for the consultant's report mapping our existing facilities and proposed alternative space utilization options. United Mutual must not approve a $7 million space planning budget. Cost-saving space alternatives and utilization options made by experts is pertinent information for members to consider before GRF spends millions. And that is the end of member comments.
Okay. Is there comments from our directors about member comments? Diane.
Yeah, I wanted to address the audit. So every year we do have an audit by KMPG, and we go out to bid to make sure we, have the right auditors periodically. And we also have an audit board, a group that if you are a financial person, you could sit on the board of that for the audit committee and, assist with that process. So this happens every year, and you could go out onto Laguna Woods Village documents and see United's audit for, I just pulled it up on my phone, for December 31st, 22. Our audit is on there, and I'm sure the same thing with other mutuals. So it is available, and we also are in the process of having an internal auditor who could help with operations. Thanks.
Diane, do you know if that's a forensic audit? I don't know what the difference between a forensic audit and non-forensic. Do you know?
Well, it's a financial audit, but in financial audits, they are required to look at all the issues, fraud, different internal controls.
Okay.
So they have,
Okay, no, we're not arguing. We're not arguing.
it's not a forensic audit, but they do have to. I'm a CPA, I know what they have to do. Come on.
Okay, we're not debating. We're not debating. It was just a question I had.
Yeah.
So, okay, thank you. Maggie, go ahead.
Okay, I have several comments. We do have an audit, a regular audit. VMS is a contract organization. They are a separate corporation. We have a contract with them. There are features in the contract which tell how we get who to work for VMS. That's part of a contract. We cannot unilaterally change anything in a contract. It's a negotiated deal. It's up for negotiation again at the end of this year, so we're working on it. But VMS is a contracted organization. I don't think we want to budget to use our workers for personal item repair or movement. I don't think we can do that. We don't have a crew that is just sent out on request of residents to help them with things around their yard. If you cannot afford help for something in your yard or somewhere else, contact social services and the foundation. The foundation can give you the money. Social services can possibly get the person, and you can get whatever it is, your clutter removed or something. You should try that way. I think that might work. I've never heard of it, but it seems logical to me because the foundation can give you the money and social services perhaps can direct you for the help. The Building E, we're not paying $7 million for a plan. That's a misunderstanding. I think we do have a clutter policy. It's quite extensive. You can find it online if you want. Just type in clutter in the look for thing, and it'll bring it up, and they'll bring up Thirds and GRF's clutter policies also. We're all essentially the same. It's quite extensive. It is not good for our property values or for our varmint and insect problem for us to have clutter anywhere. Clutter in carports can result in a rat problem, and the rats then eat the wiring of your car. So we do need to be careful of that. So look into these things. Your questions are not bad. They're not wrong. It's just that you need to reconsider maybe something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a few comments directly talk. I would like to start with Ed. And you receive a membership termination. This normally has a lots of process before you send such a probably hearing or all of these. If you receive right away this one, if board didn't send to you any apology, I want to apologize to you for that matter and for that behavior. So we are not here supposed to trading. And actually, the reason I applied to be a board 3 years ago, because I received something. And I said I wanted to see. I tried in 3 years to really talk to many as much as I could to, when you send a letter, first ask to see if they are cooperating or not before sending a very harsh letter. Regarding to the water, I know by my experience, if you say in the phone the word water is directly goes to emergency. Water is one of things that they are supposed to quickly come and respond. I am very surprised 2 people comes today because I know we are sensitive to that matter, and I let Siobhan talk about that. But for me, maybe again back because I am director, but I called in 10 minutes they were there. And they told me when the water comes is emergency for us. We'll directly goes. And I'm so sorry that that happened to you and you have to go through all of these problem. Regarding to the directors that they said, I wanted to say to not only these residents that comes, to all people, please understand that VMS doing what director tell them to do. So if you want to scream, if you are not happy with VMS, please scream at your directors. Directors are the one that make a vote. Please go and see who said yes and no to the vote. Please go see and who is behind bringing lots of motion and then pass it, and some people read it or not and say,
Point of order. What kind
it
of campaign is that?
Stop,
Come on.
it is my time.
Go after
so
the
it
directors?
This is wrong, and it is for directors.
No
Go
way.
after directors. Number 3, no, I have the right, and I wanted to say. And a space planning that somebody wrote, it was true. Unfortunately, I don't know anybody read it or not. In yesterday GRF meeting, the wording was $7 million for space planning. I don't think so. We need $7 million for planning and building or building a building maybe, but maybe it was misunderstanding. That's why many people comes and complain. I hope GRF take care of that. That was a problem with yesterday meeting in GRF. So I think I covered. And to the problem with the Cali, Oregon that they said, normally, I mean, all of the VMS workers, they work really hard. But Catherine is really, really going after the problem. If by now didn't solve that problem, then we have to go to the above the Catherine, which is Siobhan is here, and to figure out what is that. Thank you for bringing attention to us. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
A couple comments here. First of all, I was also a victim of the clutter policy along with all my neighbors. I had a broom up on there and a few other things. And I will never complain about VMS doing their job that we have set up the policy to read. Mm-hmm. So I've always told employees, you follow the policy and I'll back you 100%. And that's what the VMS people are doing, is backing. We need to back them when they enforce the policy. Now, did I like my broom being written up as a clutter item? No, because I sweep the pine needles out of the garage with it and everything. But when VMS does their job, I thank them. The carports look great, by the way, right now. But it's up to the board to decide if we're going to allow some other things in carports or not. So until the board changes that, VMS has got a responsibility to enforce what the policy says when they're called to do it. I think there could be some better informal communications done on a lot of things, and I too would apologize to Ed on what he's going through and getting a letter like that, because it's never fun to just get a citation or violation, including on the carport clutter. So I think there could be a way that we might be able to do some informal letters or meetings to help solve these problems before they get to be issues. So Ed, again, I apologize that you're going through that for a year. And the same for Jim on the safety hazard of the cap not being fixed. But I do know that Siobhan takes everything seriously, and they try to address all these issues as they come up. So if your issues are not addressed by VMS, then I'd like you to come back to this board and let us know again. But I'd also like you to come back to this board when they are addressed too, because I think VMS tries to address them all. I'm not saying they do them perfectly, but we'd like to know both ways, because you're our eyes and ears of what's going on in the United community. So with that, I'd just like to say we do like your input. We'd like to hear about it either formally or informally, and we try to act upon them. So thank you for being here, appreciate it, and please let us know if you don't get satisfaction on your issues.
Well, we worked together on that, the cap issue on Aragon, and I think for several months. And as far as we got to is to find out that the property belonged to this phone company, and the phone company has never returned the answers. And I don't know how to pressure. I think we all know about that. So now it's a little bit more secure than it used to be, but not enough, not secure enough. And I know that that it has to be, because I look at it every time I go through the gate 3, and I know exactly what he's talking about, and especially for visually impaired people, it is a great concern for the safety. And for this letter that you received, I want you to know that I received one as well, actually my husband, and it's based on the golf cart electric fee that was outstanding, which was already paid, but we received a letter saying that it's still outstanding, and of course it has all these the steps of what's going to be our next consequences, and it goes all the way to the membership termination. And I know how upsetting it can be, and I think maybe we should look at the procedure of issuing these letters. I think it goes out automatically sometimes. You know, if it shows it's not being corrected for so many the time period, it goes out automatically. So I think we should look at it and see whether we should handle with more caution, because it does seem to upset. Yes.
Do you think that someone should be investigating or at least coming out to inspect what the problem was before that letter was sent?
I agree.
Certainly do.
Yes.
I was in business for over 40 years as a manager for a distribution company.
Yes, that's what I mean by we need to really reevaluate our procedures. Yes. Yes. And so we can, we shouldn't have these problems, and we shouldn't go around sending out the letters, and as a result, people get really upset and depressed and all that. So, yes, I just want you to know that you're not the only one, and we need to do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tone, tone, tone. That's what I'm hearing today. Tone, tone, tone. The tone of communications that people are receiving when they get letters, when they get calls, when they get not response or non-response, when they make a call into the resident services number. We have a very skilled and experienced media and communications department within VMS that works for us. Ms. Miller, Ms. Eileen, Mr. Scanlon all talked about this tone of the responses they were getting. I would suggest perhaps that we might ask VMS management to take a look at the nature of overall communications that go out to residents, when they go out, and what strength and punch they try to deliver in their communications, and make it appropriate to the situation at hand. So I really appreciate you all coming in, because you were talking about a lot of the same issue of how you want to be communicated with and how we can do better. Thank you.
Okay, Maggie.
I believe the tone is frightening, but I believe it is necessary. You have to know all the steps of the process when you begin. And so it sounds really scary, and it seems very frightening. But they do not, if we just say, please, when you can, do this, we give you a time to try and do it. And we tell you we will come by and inspect or something like that. So we have to let you know what the situation is. We have to let you know what the process is as soon as we get involved. So I don't think that we can eliminate that warning. I'm not sure that we can even soften it up. We have to get you pointed in the right direction to the possibility that you are breaking a rule. It has been reported somewhere. Thank you.
Okay. I have a few things to mention, and this was brought up by one of our members about Building E. And for those who don't know a little bit about Building E, because this involves a large expense of about $7 million. And I'm just going to give you a brief overview because most of you don't know this. But about 6 months ago, there was a motion made to all the members of all the boards to build a new Building E to replace the existing Building E. And it was rejected by all the board members. And so we came up with a new plan to do a space utilization plan with an outside consultant. And also this United and Third, GRF, came up with this plan. And to see if we can fit these 40 people from Building E into our community center or into our clubhouses. And at the same time, we moved those roughly 40 employees into an area in our shopping center where they're renting space for the next 2 years to get them out of a place that they shouldn't be working in anymore. And so we did that. We finished the space utilization plan, and they came up with several options. They were all quite expensive options. And we decided then to set up a committee made up of 3 members from United, 3 members from Third, 3 members from GRF, and 1 from the towers, 10 members altogether. And we think we can come up with ideas that could be maybe less expensive to fit these people in certain areas in our community center rather than rebuilding all of our community center and rebuilding and doing some major proposals to save us some money. So we are in the midst of these committees now and having these meetings. That's why I'm kind of surprised to hear that that there was an announcement yesterday at the GRF meeting to go ahead with Building E. And so I question that. I don't think that's going to happen. I think the committee is going to be allowed to play itself out, and we'll be. And there are 3 very good members from United on this committee who are very much looking into this. And so we are looking into this because this is a lot of money. $7 million is nothing to sneeze about. And so we think we can do it for less, and we're trying to come up with ideas to do that. So I wanted to give that to you, just as a little history behind that, because it involves a lot of money. And it's our money. It's not everyone else's money. It's not taxpayer money. It's our money that goes into that. Second thing is we do need to get Jim Ropo an answer to his broken cap issue, because that's a direct trip and fall hazard. And we either come up with a solution, we stop waiting for AT&T to come up with a solution, we come up with our own solution, but we can't have people tripping and falling in our community. So we need to come up with something, and we can't wait any longer on that. So I'm asking that to be put on high priority, if you could, Jim Ropo, to solve that problem. And the second one is Ed Scanlon, 8481Q, 8481Q, right? No one. Okay, 848Q. Regarding the non-compliance, getting a new water heater. When is he going to get a new water heater, and when can he get some kind of an apology for sending out this nasty notice to him? So if you could look into that, please. That's highly urgent. We don't want to delay that. And Jerry Miller, who's had continuous problems at 2030C with her roofing problems and moisture intrusion. if you could look into that and see what's the current situation on that. Those three especially, if not the others as well. Siobhan, did you have some comments?
No, thank you. I do want to echo what Director Bach said, though. It is the method of communications, and we'll certainly take a look at that across the board. I think that's the best approach. Thank you, and we are looking into all the items that you just mentioned, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Next item is response to past open forum speakers. And Director Kwon.
Yes. The United members' comments from 7/11/2023 board meeting. These are the follow-up responses from what people requested us to look into last month. Julianne Goodwin, 458A. She talked about how landscape staff severely cut her hydrangea bush and destroyed the bird's nest. She'd been maintaining this plan and was upset about it. She asked if the crew had appropriate training. Landscape manager Angel de la Torres talked with Ms. Goodwin after the board meeting. He explained to her that the hydrangea bush, which is in a common area, was trimmed back because it was encroaching on the sidewalk, creating a hazard. The bird nest was very small and not visible from the side of the shrub and was not intentionally removed. He also explained to her the landscape training programs, trimming frequency, and methodologies. The resident appreciated the quick response and has a better understanding of the landscape process. Ann Beltram, 8540, she thanked the board for all their hard work. She is suggesting a joint town hall meeting between United and Third to discuss and raise awareness about energy conservation. Director Lee commented that the Town Hall for Energy Conservation is a great idea. Director Casey also commented that it is a good idea to invite some expert panel during the Town Hall. President Ross invited Ms. Beltram to join them at the proposed Town Hall. Maxine McIntosh, 68C, she thanked and appreciated all the saving efforts that the board has initiated and implemented. Director Lee thanked Ms. McIntosh for the positive feedback.
Okay, with that, we're going to go to the VMS board update and Director Kinney. Dan?
Good morning. Fun day. I realize my report is probably going to be somewhat informative to you, but probably more informative to our United members. I'm one of 3 United Mutual residents who have been selected to represent the United Board on the BMS Board of Directors. As you know, the 2 mutuals in GRF each select 3 representatives, and each is charged with representing the thoughts, wishes of our respective boards. We are also charged with providing guidance, review, and evaluation of village management services as an organization. Since our last United meeting, the VMS Board has had 2 open and closed sessions. Each mutual and GRF board members is invited to attend our open session, which provides a great deal of valuable information. Since the last presentation, you may remember that I mentioned the Bright Ideas program. At our July open session, the winners of the current Bright Ideas program were introduced. A team of broadband employees, specifically Mark Dabinian, Hank Deming, Jorge Rodriguez, and Guadalupe Hinosa, received $1,000 for an idea that saves the village approximately $23,000 annually for their idea to install fiber optic cable from the community center to the leased office space. Ryan Costellos, who is the warehouse manager, received $2,000 for improvements to water heater procurement that will save more than $25,000 annually. So between those 2, that's a significant amount that saves the village. During the August 2nd meeting, Chuck Holland, who is our Information and Residential Services Director, presented an excellent, informative presentation. I think you have a copy of that, but I'll review some of the critical parts. In reviewing Chuck's presentation, it's not surprising to see how busy IT and resident services are. I know we talk about that. I don't know that people realize that the call center to date has had over 59,000 calls, while broadband services had 12,000 calls. I'm pretty sure that any of you that have dealt with a bank or someone recently have realized what average wait times are when you call. I think it's pretty remarkable that broadband services has an average wait time of 2 minutes and 53 seconds, while resident services has 7:22. I wish my bank was that. They always love it. Would you like to be put in line to wait? And invariably the call comes much later. Our resident services walk-in is also a critical part of our entire operation. We've had over 33,000 visits this year with an average wait time of 7 minutes. And you can understand how busy they really are. Another statistic which Chuck presented, which I thought astounding, is the fact that we talk about gate entries. We have had 9 million gate entries into our village this year. And if you compare that to some, like John Wayne Airport has 10 million. So you can obviously see how busy everything is. I think Laguna Woods Village is truly lucky to have a person of Chuck's quality and dedication. And as part of a team that many dedicated VMS employees that make up that a very essential department. Finally, on a personal note, as an original VMS board member a long time ago when I represented actually GRF, I feel the entire VMS team has provided the community with clear understanding, leadership, and direction, and I thank you very much. Hopefully no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan? I did. Dan? So on page 2, let's see, page 2 of your handout.
That's my handout. that
Oh,
I'll
it's
be
your
presenting.
handout. I'm sorry. Never mind. Never mind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dan has mentioned that they have resident service has 59,000 calls. IT has 12,000 calls, and the resident service has 33,000 visits. Okay. So my question at this point is, they really work very hard. We have our staff working really hard to help these people. Okay. I really appreciate that. Okay. But as a director of the board needs to ask the question, why are we having so many calls? Didn't we do it right the first time? Something must be wrong to cause so many calls. This is what the director needs to say, hey, VMS, look into that problems. Okay, it's wasting our money to have so many calls. If we can do it right the first time, we shouldn't have so many calls. What's wrong with that? Okay, I wish the board give the directive and say, fix these problems. And don't get into the policy and say, oh, we approve the policy. No, VMS recommended the policy. You just approved it. You hired experts to set up the policy. And if the policy is not good enough, tell VMS to correct it, make a recommendation to correct it. It's like the Gate 12 problem. Okay, VMS is responsible for set up the policy. You are just approving it. It's not your job to set up policy. That's what you hire experts for. Okay, so please ask the question, why are we having so many problems?
Okay, thank you, Andre.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next item is the CEO report. Shabai.
Thank you, President Ross, honorable members of the board. This morning I want to focus on ways to reduce costs. Obviously, we're in mid-budget preparation cycle, and I want to reiterate how residents can help reduce costs, but most importantly, highlight recent resident recent landscaping services and maintenance and construction efficiency enhancements. As a reminder, as President Ross indicated, the next business plan meeting is tomorrow. It's at 1:30 p.m. here in the boardroom, and it will also be televised. One way residents can help to reduce costs is to opt out of paper mailings. Senate Bill 392 mandates that each member receive a written request to indicate their preferred delivery method. That notice arrived with your 2022 audited financial statements in May. In case you missed that form, residents may email their delivery method preference to the email address information@vmsinc.org. September 1st, by the law, is the response deadline, or the last preferred delivery method will be used for next year. To reiterate, the mandated November and April mailings cost about $7.50 per member to print and mail. If 12,000 members opt out of paper mailings, the annual savings would be more than $90,000. Currently, a little over 3,100 owners have opted out for a savings of about $23,000. But of course, we'd like to get this amount higher. So we encourage residents, again, to opt out of paper mailings if they are so interested. Other ways residents can help reduce costs are by using Dwelling Live and Easy Pay, registering guests electronically instead of by telephone for guest clearance at the gates can save up to $1.60 per call, for example. And training classes for village technology tools are available from the PC Club. The PC Club is located on the 3rd floor of the community center, and they are teaching residents to use Dwelling Live, the resident portal, and so forth. Classes are from 1 to 3 p.m. in the Learning Center on the 3rd floor. The next class is next Wednesday, August 16th. Residents may register on the PC Club website or at the Learning Center on the 3rd floor of this building. I've previously highlighted cost reductions and efficiencies implemented by our departments, including human resources and the new health insurance program for 2023 for our employees, which is saving more than $500,000 per year. General services conducted a fleet right sizing assessment, which will save more than $600,000 over the next 4 years. The department is also purchasing smaller buses at a cost savings of $35,000 per bus and about $42,000 in fuel savings over the 7-year lifespan of each bus. Media and Communications recently secured a 3-year agreement with Memorial Care, valued at more than $660,000 for the Village Breeze event sponsorships and the wellness bus route. Today, I want to highlight cost reductions and efficiencies in landscaping services and maintenance and construction. In landscaping services, the master irrigation control system, which is more than 80% complete, will save 74 million gallons of water and $280,000 in water costs annually. Plus, it is eligible for more than $350,000 in Metropolitan Water District rebates. The department now has adjusted the mowing protocol by retaining 7 mowers slated for surplus. This allows more acreage to be mowed in less time and reduces 320 labor hours per mow cycle. These gardener hours are now allocated to the shrub bed maintenance cycles. Landscape Services is also mixing pre-emergent herbicides with non-selective herbicides to spray both simultaneously. This halves the total spray hours, and crews can cover twice the area in the same time to address weeds. This saves an estimated 144 hours per week in the spring and summer, and these gardener hours are now allocated to shrub bed maintenance. Landscaping is also mixing pre-emergent herbicides with mulch. This reduces revisits to spray weeds, saves 160 labor hours per month, and these gardener hours are now allocated to shrub bed maintenance. Looking to the maintenance and construction department, the department has implemented an on-call system for after-hour emergencies, reducing our after-hour vendor costs by 7%. In this process, security contacts the on-call maintenance manager, and the maintenance manager determines if the incident warrants immediate attention, and if so, dispatches the vendor. This reduces costs because the contractor won't respond to minor issues that VMS can address in the morning, and incidents the contractor does not have the capability to address at night. The department has also increased plumbing contractors on its on-call panel from 2 to 5. This is reducing emergency response time to an hour and a half from a range of 2 to 7 hours, thereby reducing damages. Maintenance and Construction has researched and implemented a new appliance brand, Speed Queen, for laundry facilities to improve equipment quality, and this reduces the staff time dedicated to repairs. The department has implemented monthly contractor meetings to review all work and invoicing to ensure quality and accuracy, and is reviewing construction materials to expand the lifespan of materials to use the latest industry standards. The cost savings here is estimated to be $150,000 per mutual over the next 2 years. The department has also implemented bulk material ordering with selected vendors, which is resulting in a cost savings of 3% of the maintenance budget. The materials budget. Maintenance and Construction is also creating and updating specific SOPs. This results in a 10% efficiency in work order closures. The department routinely reviews staffing capabilities and reassigns staff based on job knowledge and skills, resulting in an estimated 10% efficiency in work completed. The department is implementing technology to allow moisture intrusion coordinators to transfer field information to administrative staff for faster processing. This allows our coordinators more time in the field, responding to cases, resulting in less costly repairs for mutuals and members. The department has revamped the appliance replacement program, resulting in installation of new appliances within 30 days of paperwork completion. The department created a tracking system to manage contractors to ensure quality and compliance with contract specifications. The department is reassigning operation coordinators to assist forepersons with contacting residents to schedule work and manners. This allows our forepersons to spend more time in the field overseeing operations, and has implemented cross-training initiatives to allow temporary reassignment of personnel to support work areas experiencing workload surges. So those are some of the things that 2 of our largest departments have been doing, and I just wanted to take the opportunity to call your attention to those this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a couple quick follow-up questions. On one of the pages, you have cost reductions / efficiencies. It's not numbered, but it's a maintenance and construction. And it says, the manager determines if the incident warrants immediate attention. If so, dispatches a vendor. So we heard from one of our guests that if there's an emergency called in, that there's no immediate response, or there wasn't an immediate response in this case, caused damage to her flooring. And so is there such a thing as a requirement that when an emergency is called in that they have to just wait till someone's available?
I'm looking into that specific example, but as Director Asghari pointed out, water is an emergency and typically is responded to immediately.
Okay.
So I need to look into that precise item, and that is occurring now.
Okay, thank you. And the second item is, I urge all of you, regarding the second page of this, we have a chance to opt out of, to receive written requests to indicate preferred delivery, so we can get all of our notices by email. And in order to do that, we have till September 1st to do that, and each of you can do that. If you forgot you did it, you could do it again. It doesn't matter. But send an email to information@vmsinc.org before September 1st, asking you to get emails instead of written, and we have a chance of saving $70,000. So just that simple email will save our community $70,000. You can get the message via email. If you can, it would really help us all. So that's something that you all can do to help us out. So I thank you very much. Any other comments?
No, I have a comment.
Pearl.
Sorry, yeah. Since the deadline is September 1st, can we put that in the What's Up in the Village?
Yes, we'll
remind
do it.
people?
We've been doing
Yeah.
it periodically all
Yeah.
summer, but we'll continue. Thank you.
Okay. Next one. Thank you for your presentation, Shaban. It was very good.
May I ask a question about this comment on this?
Okay, make it brief. Make it brief.
Yeah. It's very brief. My question is, with all these savings, how come our HOA fee still increases? And improvement doesn't reduce our HOA fee, okay? If they don't reduce our HOA fee, there must be something else that's also wasted.
Okay,
right?
come to the budget meeting tomorrow, and you'll hear.
Okay,
about
I will. I just want people to know that the board responsibility is to watch money, let's focus on savings rather than expenditures.
Okay,
And
thank
focus, the saving doesn't reflect our HOA fee.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a very simple answer that should be brought forth. The answer is this: if the savings weren't there, your HOA fee will be much higher. Yes. That's the answer.
That's true. Okay. Let's move on to number 11, consent calendar. Would you like to make a motion, Tom?
I move that we approve the consent calendar 11A through 11E as stated on there with.
Seconded?
Okay, it's been seconded. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. Let's have a 5-minute break.
Good.
Just to have a walk or go to the bathroom or whatever.
Thank you.
5 to 10 minutes. So welcome back, and we're going to get started with 12A. Entertain a motion to approve revision to Architecture Standard 1, General Requirements, July initial notification, 28-day notification for member. Where's our secretary? Sue, who would normally read this. Member review and comments to comply with Civil Code 4360 has been satisfied. I'm going to ask Tom to, or Cash? Well, we first have to read the motion before we can make a motion. So do you want to read it, Tom?
Resolution 01-23-XX, Section 1, General Requirements. Whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee recognizes the need to amend standards and create new standards as necessary, and whereas the general requirements are and should remain the same for all standards, now therefore be it resolved, August 8, 2023, that the board hereby adopts Standard 1, general requirements for all standards as attached to the official meeting minutes, and resolved further that Resolution 01-18-57, adopted June 12, 2018, is hereby superseded in its entirety and no longer in effect, and resolved further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution as written. There's a July initial notification, the 28-day notification for member review and comments to comply with Civil Code 4360 has been satisfied.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve Architectural Standard 1?
I so
You
move.
move? Okay. Is there a second? By Allison? Okay. Any questions regarding this motion? Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand. Do you have a question?
I have discussion. Okay. What matters of materiality? What issues of materiality are there here? Are we just removing verbiage, or are we removing processes or procedures or requirements? This is a lot of redlining. I mean, look at the page 14, 9 of 14, use of community waste removal locations, cleaning of paints, tools, buckets, or equipment must be contained in trays and ground cover, and then they cross off a whole bunch of other stuff. Is all the other stuff they crossed off immaterial, or is it relevant? I mean, we're not erasing any regulations, are we? We're just shortening them.
Staff is here to talk, and then
Thank
I'll
you.
let Tony talk afterwards if you'd like.
Well, we
Thank you.
went through this in detail at the Architectural Control Standards Committee with staff, and it was in detail. And most of the changes have to do with the increase, and it has we relate to Laguna Woods City here. So if staff is here, they can talk on it too. Oh yeah, Mr. Mejia, he's the expert.
Mr. President, thank you, directors. So Standard 1 is part of our efforts to streamline the processes that we have for manual alterations. And with this standard, if approved or once approved, it will apply to all the other standards. So if there are any changes to our general conditions, we only revise one standard instead of all of them. The most important element of the standard are the working hours. But there are other elements that have been revised, such as the use of common area space during construction, the use of dumpsters, and all of those have been brought up and raised as concerns by either members or board members. So we have addressed all of those changes within the same standard. We have updated the language to make sure that it meets current standards, and again, with the main purpose of streamlining processes.
Okay. Tony, did you want to add anything else to that? Or?
No, I can't outdo Mr. Mejia. He's worked very hard with this, and he's also, has a big job working with this new gentleman down at Laguna Woods Village City. He's done an excellent job, and we did cover this really thoroughly, I thought, in the ASCA meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
So there's been a motion and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, it's approved unanimously. Okay, we'll go on to B, entertain a motion to approve revision to Architecture Standard 15. So would you read it?
Yes, the variance request. Whereas member of 484D, Kaye Cadiz, a Seville-style manor, requests board approval of a variance for an interior stair relocation and bathroom remodel. And whereas a neighborhood awareness notice was sent to members of affected units notifying them that an application to make an alteration to a neighboring unit has been made, and that comments or objections could be made in writing to the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee or in person at the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee meeting on July 20th, 2023. And whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee reviewed the variance and moved for approval of the variance.
12B.
Oh, 12B?
12B.
Are we reading the wrong one?
Yeah, 12B.
Are we?
12 boy.
Okay, where is 12B then? Let's see here. Aren't we on the variance request here?
No, we're on the architectural standards.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Next one.
Patio
I
and floor
apologize. Okay, 12B.
Go back one.
I'll get there yet. Hang on, people. Okay, here we go. I apologize. Let me start again. Okay, this is revised alteration standard 15, floor coverings, exterior balconies and patios. Whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee recognized the need to amend alteration standards and create new alteration standards as necessary, and whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee recognizes the need to revise alteration standard 15, floor coverings, exterior. Now therefore be it resolved, August 8th, 2023, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts revisions to Alteration Standard 15, floor coverings, exterior, balconies and patios attached as part of the official minutes. And resolve further that Resolution 01-18-105, adopted September 2018, is hereby superseded and canceled. And resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution as written. July initial notification, 28-day notification for member review and comments to comply with Civil Code 4360 has been satisfied. I so move the resolution.
Okay, and it's been seconded. Any discussion about Architectural Standard 15? Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? It's approved unanimously. Okay, 12C, we may want to see if Jeff's available.
Yeah, I'm going to call him in right now. Give me 1 second.
But we can start by reading the motion. This is 12C, entertain a motion to approve the recognition agreement for non-institutional lenders. July initial notification, revised August postponed 28-day notification for member review and comments to comply with Civil Code 40.
The call cannot be completed at this time. International dialing is not enabled. Please contact your...
Okay.
Why don't you go ahead and read?
All right.
This is 12C. 12C.
Recognition agreement for non-institutional lenders. Whereas the United Laguna Woods Mutual Board of Directors carries a fiduciary financial obligation of the corporation, and whereas United Laguna Woods Mutual Bylaws, Article 3, Section 1, provides that prospective members unable to satisfy financial requirements may be approved for membership if another financially qualified person enters into an agreement with the corporation to become financially responsible for expenses
I'm sorry, I'm
associated
trying to
with
reach
such
Jeff Beaumont.
membership, and that the other person meets the financial requirements.
I'm sorry, this is Paul. I'm with Laguna Woods Village. We're trying to reach Jeff Beaumont.
Okay, 1 second.
Thank you.
Should I continue?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Let me start again. To become financially responsible for expenses associated with such membership and that other person meets the financial requirements established by the corporation. And whereas a guarantor agreement has been developed to comport with the Article 3, Section 1 of the bylaws and has been in use for many years. And whereas on June 27, 2023, the United Finance Committee approved the United Recognition Agreement for non-institutional lenders whose purpose is to research loan options and re-examine current policies restricting the use of private loans. And whereas prospective members currently have two avenues available to satisfy United Laguna Woods Mutual financial requirements. One, they may qualify financially on their own merits with or without a loan from a qualified financial institution or non-institutional lender who have entered into an individual recognition agreement with the corporation. Two, they may obtain a guarantor who meets the financial qualifications established by United Laguna Woods Mutual from time to time. Now, therefore, be it resolved, September 12th, 2023, that Board of Directors of this corporation hereby approves the United Recognition Agreement for non-institutional lenders as attached. And resolve further, the Resolution 01-16-107, adopted on November 8, 2016, is hereby superseded and canceled. Resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. July initial notification, revised, August postponed. Should the board endorse the proposed resolution, staff recommends that a motion be made and seconded to accept the resolution and allow discussion to ensure that the resolution reads to the satisfaction of the board. Staff then recommends that a board member postpone the resolution to the next available board meeting no later than 28 days from the postponement to comply with Civil Code 4360.
I make a motion to move.
Okay, is it seconded? Allison? Okay, any discussion? Do we have Jeff online by any chance?
Yes, good morning, everybody. I'm here by phone.
Okay, and I just want to make everyone aware that we did discuss this at our last meeting, and we did have comments for Jeff. He did send us a clean version back to us, which we're reviewing now, and we'll have questions about. And so at this point, I want to kind of limit the number of questions in the discussion to a reasonable amount of time, but we'll go over it at this point. So who's got some questions? Diane.
Yeah, I have some comments. I reviewed this thoroughly and made comments to the ad hoc chair and to Jeff Beaumont and you. And so the first thing that was a problem last time was that it was omitted to hold the stock certificate in escrow because apparently they couldn't find an escrow company that would do that. So now Jeff's language changed. So it went from...
Can you tell us where you're at in the...
Well, okay, so it is the first page, and it's number 3.
Number 3.
So it says now, the corporation has issued to borrower or will issue to borrower to be held by the lender, escrow, or some other third-party trustee as agreed between the lender and borrower, and that is, in parentheses, lender and borrower, third party, promptly after settlement. So what this is, it says, the first item is the corporation is a stock cooperative defined, and the second part says the corporation has approved borrower for membership in the corporation or occupancy of the unit. So I believe this is the stock certificate that should be held by a third party, not the lender. And that's where I have a problem with, and maybe Jeff could talk about that in a minute, but I just want to say a lot of the other things that I addressed were corrected to the way I believed, because originally it said that the lender could start foreclosure after 30 days. I think that's too quick. So 60 days was replaced. And then the order on page 2 of 7, where the lender's rights and the borrower's default, I had it replaced that the corporation would be first in the order of being paid rather than the lender being paid for his expenses. And so that was all changed. And the 60 days was changed in 2 places. And also I wanted to have in that agreement that only 1 unit would be allowed or approved by the corporation to be owned, and that was changed in two places. And that in the default, that the lender would be responsible for maintaining and repairing alterations. And so I had that added. So, except for that first paragraph,
First comment.
I'm saying that should be changed.
Okay, so you want Jeff to comment on that
Yes,
first comment?
comment on number 3.
Number 3.
On page 1.
Okay. Jeff?
Sure, and I added the lender as a party that could hold the stock certificate as security only because that is something that has and is done as a matter of practice by lenders. And so I wanted to make sure that if a lender was offering a loan to a prospective shareholder and they have a policy or procedure or they just want to hold the stock certificate as security for their loan that they're fronting, that this would allow that. It doesn't require it, it just will allow it if a lender comes in and that's what they choose. It doesn't prejudice or harm United, and it gives shareholders more flexibility as to who they deal with as a lender. We can take it out, and if you're uncomfortable with it, we can take it out, and if prospective shareholders come in and they're having difficulty because lenders want to hold a stock certificate as their security to their loan, then we can always add it later. But that's why I added it.
Well, I just have a rebuttal on that. But you see, these aren't institutional lenders. These are, other members that might lend money. I mean, they're just third parties. So for them to hold a stock certificate, I think it's, opening up a can of worms already. A seller, if they don't have their stock certificate, has to get a bond, which could cost, $6,000. So it's just could be an impairment to a lender's ability to sell. The whole thing is you don't want to stack up a bunch of things that are not going to go in the favor of the member, that when they take out a loan.
Tony.
Thank you, Mr. President. As was brought up to by one of our directors at the last meeting, suppose somebody's mother is the lender and she dies and her fortune is in a family trust. What happens then to the certificate? Does it go into a probate court? Does it go into a fight? Or, how does that work out? If a private lender dies and they have all their assets in an estate, a trust rather, I'm sorry.
That's a hypothetical, but if the lender, the person, you're talking about
the lender,
the person loaning the money.
Right, they die.
They die.
And everything is in a family trust.
Right.
What happens to our certificate?
That's a legal question, so let's let Jeff answer that.
Yeah, that's a great hypothetical, and the member would continue to pay the estate on the loan, and anything regarding the loan, the handling of a default, the foreclosure, or the satisfaction of the loan and the release of the stock certificate as security would all have to be done through the estate. If they pass away without an estate, without a trust, and there's probate, it will surely complicate things significantly. That's the risk of doing business with individuals that aren't institutional lenders or viable companies. Now, just because we're saying this is a non-institutional recognition agreement, we still could get loans from companies, realtors, whoever, just private equity companies that aren't financial institutions that want to loan money to someone. But, the complication to your point, Anthony, is that if somebody is a lender and they pass away without proper estate planning, it will certainly create complication.
Thank you.
Azar.
Thank you. Actually, it's a good question that you brought it. Probably I didn't know last month about that, but this month, my mother-in-law passed away about a month ago. And when we opened the trust, actually, she put everything on the trust. And we found actually a letter that she gave loan. It wasn't a loan for the buying the things, but because she has an attorney for a long time, and it was a conference between my husband and I and an attorney. And right away, they got a signature from us that the attorney sent a letter to the person that my mother-in-law lent the money to them. And they said, you have to send from now on this one to the trust. And because they write down, right away they open a bank account for the trust, and they send a letter, and we just signed that one, and it's going to come to the trust. So I didn't know about that until just by accident happened this one that happened for my mother-in-law. And this is for your comment, and I wanted to thank you for reading very carefully all of these. And as you said, in the last one wasn't lender, but Mr. Bowman said it is better to be there. That's why he put it. So doesn't hurt because it's a comma and third party as well. It doesn't affect. But the other one that the director sent, we sent everything directly to the Mr. Bowman to affect all of this.
Okay. Go ahead.
I would like to ask, I have received several communiques of people who are opposed to this. And the ad hoc committee obviously heard from people who said this was necessary. So I would like to hear from the attorney's perspective the pros and cons of going forward with this policy.
Well, that's a great question. I'm sorry, who asked that question?
Sue Kwong.
Thank you so much, Sue. And Azar, my sincere condolences to your loss.
Thank you.
But there are pros and cons on each side, and each column has several points. Now, Seal Beach, Leisure World, they don't allow lenders. They don't allow, all their sales are cash sales. And they've been thriving for over 50 years. And their focus and what they feel is best for them is making sure that they are not creating complexity in a situation where if someone does not pay their assessments, it's going to create an overly complicated or more complicated scenario for collecting debt, right? What's owed to you, what's owed to GRF. And so that's one disadvantage of opening up the community for loans. But you've already allowed loans in the community for years through NCB, a FDIC institution who really specializes. They're the biggest entity out there that loans to stock cooperatives. I have many stock cooperative clients that work with NCB successfully because they know what they're doing. And that gives potential shareholders more opportunity to buy into the community. I'm not a realtor. I don't do financing, but I've heard that helps with property values and adds to the demand. And where there's a demand, there's typically a response from a property value standpoint. On the other side, if you open the door to non-institutional lenders, you're again facilitating sales, and you're helping people buy in that normally otherwise wouldn't be able to buy in. What is the benefit of that? I mean, I don't know. United, your obligation is to maintain property, right? Your obligation is to engage in physical property and financial management, fiscal management. You're not in the business of helping society and non-members to come into the community to become members. But by allowing loans from institutional and non-institutional lenders, you are creating a different environment for realtors and for prospective shareholders. It's a desirability standpoint. It may, and again, I'm very disciplined to stay in my lane, and I don't venture out. And if I start, I tell you, this is not my lane. I'm not a realtor. I'm not a financer. I don't have any finance training or education or real estate sales, but I'll defer to those that do. But what I've heard is that the more options you give people to funding to buy into the community, the more desirable and potentially the better property values you're going to get because of that. But like I said, and to Tony's point, right, he raised the first question, which is a hypothetical. If someone passes away, is it going to complicate things? Sure. But is it insurmountable? No. We can work through it, and you can always pull it back and take it off the table after a few years if it's not working out the way you expected, or it may work out, but we may need to polish some sharp edges and improve the process or procedures depending on how it plays out. I don't think anybody can predict how this is going to play out until you try it. But there are pros and cons from a property value, desirability standpoint, and then on the other side, a complexity standpoint, and staff having to deal with just one more party. Think about it. If a shareholder doesn't pay their assessments, you deal with the shareholder, and you deal with collecting on your collection policy against the shareholder. Now, if there's a lender, a non-institutional lender, NCB is easy. They've been in place for a long time. They're just one party. But if you have a proliferation of non-institutional lenders from Mrs. Smith to Mr. Jones and all the way down the board, and there's a downturn in the economy, or for whatever reason your delinquencies go up, staff's going to have to be working with and dealing with these third parties in trying to collect these assessments. So it will increase staff time. And that's a downside as well.
So I wanted to add one more advantage that was not mentioned.
Okay.
And just to your point, and that is that, as you know, we haven't had loans from institutional investors since NCB stopped loaning because we didn't meet the replacement cost insurance. And we couldn't meet Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac requirements. So we've been without institutional investments since they stopped loaning us. We haven't had any loans for institutional investors until someone signs up with a recognition agreement, which nobody has. But we're now opening up to non-institutional investors if someone will sign our recognition agreement to do that. The number one big advantage right now, as I see it, and this was requested by members in our community, is that a lot of members have a lot of equity in their properties, but can't refinance. They have a lot of medical bills. They can't pay the bills down. They can't pull any money out. They can't get a loan. They can't refinance. They can't take any money out of their properties. That's the number one reason that's the number one request that keeps coming at us over and over and over again. Let us have some way of refinancing to pull some of the money out to pay some of our excess bills because we're getting killed and we don't have any money available. So that's the reason that we're encouraging us to move ahead and pass this resolution. That's the biggest advantage as I see it. So I'll open it up. Diane.
Well, one of the issues that I have is, I'm sorry, do you want to go first, Maggie?
Go ahead, Maggie.
I would like, yeah, thank you. I am down here. Okay. I see some problems here. I see no reason why there are no requirements for the non-institutional lenders. I say that we need to have the non-institutional lender must meet the guarantor's requirements and restrictions. The guarantor shall provide satisfactory verification of annual income of at least $90,000 in marketable and so on, and at least $250,000 plus the manor purchase price. Then the shareholder need only have a minimum income of $24,000.
There's no change in
guarantor,
that. There's no change in that.
This is not a guarantor. There are no requirements for a guarantor
But
here.
there's no change in that policy. That policy remains the same.
I know that. If that is the same policy, then I think we're much safer staying with what we have. And that guarantor can only hold one unit.
Okay.
One unit at a time. This is unlimited here. A lender is not limited. They are not required to have anything for the first time. We have these safety features with a guarantor, and that protects also the hapless resident or member. There is no interest cap on this, so you'll get probably the 4 people on the list will become our first non-institutional lenders, and we'll take as many people as they can get on their bracelet, and there we have it. And we have created a recognition agreement specifically for the poor people on the committee, and that's that. And I think that's most unwise. I think we must limit a person to the qualifications of a guarantor.
Okay. And Dan, you had your hand up next, and then Azar.
Well, I know this has been brought up before. There's no qualification for the lenders, and there's no approved document that's between the lender and the borrower. We don't have that. That's up to the lender. Comes up with their and balloon payments or whatever could be in that. The interest rate. I know I brought up in the ad hoc committee meeting when I was allowed to ask a question, because I was not allowed to ask a question after that. But anyway, I said, well, what's preventing that interest rate to be so high? And the response was, well, as long as it's below the credit card interest rate. No, come on. We want seniors to be exposed to that kind of stuff?
Okay,
That's my question.
We've had requirements for institutional loans ever since we've had institutional loans for requirements. I mean, we haven't set requirements for institutional loans companies, and that's why we're not setting any requirements for non-institutional loan companies. We're trying to be as the same for both policies, but that's what we're trying to do, to show no interest or special interest in predicting that these companies are recommended by the board. We're not going to do that. We're not going to send, because then we get into a liability issue by proposing these companies as being recommended by our board, and we don't want to do that, as we don't do with any vendors.
Yeah.
But Azar.
That's pretty correct. President Ross mentioned that we don't want to get through the liability. We went through that, and even Mr. Bowman mentioned that one in the last session. The reason that, please understand everybody here, as a fiduciary, we wanted the best for the residents. This is sales is one option that is good, as Mr. Bowman mentioned, But one thing that I heard, and I just started this one very hardworking for people older here, that they have lots of surgery and medical issue and they cannot get money. And this is for their benefit. They have a 500,000 full paid unit, but they cannot have a surgery for his wife. As one of them that nonstop is calling and says, my wife is really, really in a bad situation, and months after months we are waiting for this. So this is for that. Regarding to saying one unit is absolutely is mentioned here is that can have only one lender can have, if be qualified, is one unit, and plus if they want that unit, must go through the process of the buying exactly like normal people, for the age, for the asset that they have and everything. So that's totally different matter if they want to buy here. This is not about buying here by the lender, but if they want it, only they can one unit. And this is really, as I said, every part goes based on not 1%. And I want to really ask Robert, Bob, could you please come to the podium? He has a 35 years background. I am not talking about a person that comes. If you wanted a professional, and we have 4 of them in the committee, and unfortunately they were busy, but he came, and they wrote this one based on experience that they have and covered almost everything. And Mr. Bowman 2 times reviewed this one for if there is something. As suggested by Mr. Bowman, you can go for a pilot. You can get 6 months. If it is not going wrong, if it is going wrong or something, we can just always back to the board and what board decided. But stopping, not giving loan to people that they are in the need right now is not wise as a board member, just because we have to, once upon a time, saying, which happened to my mother-in-law, to trust it and be. But anyway, there is a reason. There is a lawyer, their lawyer can take care of that. Bob?
Okay. Well, before we go to Bob, Vidya had a comment.
One second, what happened? Okay. Yeah. I sympathize with people who need the money and they need to get it out of their homes, but I also agree with what Jeff just said. This is not a social platform here that the United is into. And this is a very, very, very risky venture for a lot of reasons. And if there are no rules made for the guarantor, as so many members here have referred to, that makes it even more dangerous. The other thing is, with all due respect, this is a senior community, and the problems that might arise with when someone dies, passes away, are closer to home here than in other places. And if someone passes away, we are assuming a simple situation when a person dies, and then what happens, and the probate and all that. What happens if it's a more complicated issue and that person who has lent the money has several heirs who are inheriting both the loans as well as the assets? Are we going to get into so many of these legal issues where the United Board here is going to be facing all these other issues, and they are not as far away or as remote as some people would like to believe. They are closer to home. And before you take a big step in allowing these loans on the thing, all these issues need to be considered. It's not so easy to go back either, as some people have said. It's very hard to undo what you have done. Are we going to spend another 2 years in arguing these issues at a later point? What is the money and the time that is going to be expended into all of this? So this needs to be very carefully assumed. The other thing is the issue that Diane said when she posed a question to somebody and said, the interest rates will be lower than the credit card limits. If that is the situation, people can get personal loans. They don't have to be through the United. I mean, you need money, you can get money from other sources too. And I'm not denying this, don't get me, I'm not an unkind person. But the fact of the matter is that this needs to be carefully considered on both sides. And United is not in the business of being like an ACLU or something like that. So this needs to be considered. I don't think it's to be taken lightly at all.
Azar, did you want Bob to answer any questions? Or anything?
Yes, I brought it just to ask this one, that how, when we discussed this one, we discussed this matter in the matter because the committee goes weekly. We discuss all of this. And if there is any problem that happened like you, that somebody dies and else, if the person dies, as usual, that other without loan or without not loan goes to the, if it is goes to sell, or if there is no kin for the foreclosure, and we don't care that the person has how many heirs, we just give the money. Whatever it's for us, we take it as an association fee, and the rest goes. I mean, you are making this exaggerating things a lot, for at the same time, you are not seeing the benefit. So the benefit, I mean, I don't care if you don't want it, but the benefit is huge, and you are covering your eyes to benefit, and rather than just really seeing some occasional that's happened, what's happened, and this one. This is a loan that you're giving, and that's why we said that the certificate in the third party bidder. And then the moment anything happens, like other one, goes to the foreclosure, we get it, the unit is there, they cannot take the unit, they cannot do anything. Did we discuss this one in the, he's 35 years in the business. We are not in this business.
Can I just respond?
No, let's hear respond.
Well, that's
Yes,
Okay,
let's
go with video.
With all due respect, Azar, nothing in the legal system is that quick or simple.
Correct.
Things get stretched out.
Correct.
So what you're trying to say, I understand the benefits, but there's pros and cons, and in my mind, the cons are much more. That's all I have to say. It's now the legal system doesn't function in that fast fashion.
Okay, we're going to have to limit this somehow, because
Yes,
we're going to
if
go
it is
around
going-
and around. So Diane, go ahead, one more time.
My question is it a fixed rate loan? Is it a variable loan? I mean, we don't know what the contract is. And, wait, don't shake your
Because
head.
this is between them.
Wait, let her talk, let her talk.
Now, then, so somebody dies, it goes into probate. I mean, that can take years. I mean, it could take a long time, and who's going to pay the mortgage? And then in 60 days, the lender gets to foreclose. I mean, I don't think that's a it just, why are we in this business?
Okay.
It already failed once before. We had third-party loans, and it was taken out. So we've already been down this road.
I don't think so, but Maggie, did you have something to say?
Yes, my two questions are, why more than one unit? And why not meet the guarantor's requirements?
Okay, Jeff, do you want to handle those two questions?
I want to, but I'm not qualified. I got to stay in my lane, and that's not really a legal question. That's a question for someone that's experienced and qualified to do so from a financing standpoint or lending standpoint.
Maybe Bob, could you answer that question?
Okay, let me address the interest rates first. Those are governed by the state of California. We have usury laws in the state of California. Private lenders must abide by those laws. So you're not going to get 25% interest rates and so forth. That's just not allowed in California. Those are governed by the state of California. Any private lender must abide by those. So that I feel confident we're not going to have those issues. The loan terms, the loan, everything else, that's between the borrower and the lender. They make those decisions. We have to count on our seniors to be able to make those decisions. Are they all capable? No, but majority of them are. They're going to get assistance from other people. We've talked about having the foundation do some research and help people out, and like helping them informed decisions. But we want to stay out of that. And documents, the same thing. Lenders have their own documents. We don't want to propose documents that are going to get us into legal issues. Okay? So that's the one thing right there. The recognition agreement outlines specifically procedures for lenders to do, for the United to do, and it all comes down to everybody does their work, everybody's happy. If someone passes away and they stop making payments, we're going to foreclose. We're going to notify the lender that the payments have stopped, and we're going to foreclose. And probate is not going to stop that, okay? It's just not going to happen. We have those procedures set aside, and we are within our rights to do that. So the whole purpose of our committee meeting was to protect United, and that was our only job, was to protect United. So we felt we really have addressed that. As far as Ms. Blackwell, as far as them qualifying, I don't know how you do that, okay? I mean, you can say that this lender has to have this and this lender has to have that, but we're not asking for them. These are not personal guarantees from lenders. These are loans to people, okay? Our member is the one who qualified to get in here. They have already qualified. They are allowed to be here. So having the lender to qualify, I don't think that that's appropriate.
What are you saying, Paul? I'm sorry.
I just want to advise you that we do have 3-member comments when you're ready.
Okay, so is one of them Dick, or? Yes. Okay.
Any other questions?
Oh, any other questions for Bob while he's here? Okay.
Do you want to
Okay,
finish?
he answered some of them. Okay, Dick?
Dick Rader, 270D. I think the most important thing is go to the heart of the matter and not to the details. The heart of the matter is, why is this brought forward? And we heard just now one of the board directors tell us why they wanted it. They said people have medical issues and they need money and they need a private loan. So I ask you, if I, God forbid, needed money right now, I could go and get a private loan. You don't need the resolution. Why do you need a resolution for that? You understand? I see some. Are you understanding what I'm saying? It was just brought forward that they want this resolution in order for private loans. If I live here and I need a private loan and there's somebody willing to lend to me, I don't need board approval. I just do it. So that destroys one of the major issues. The other thing that was brought up, if you listen to the attorney, he said he's not a real estate lawyer. However, and unfortunately, I'm unaware of any California cooperative, maybe even in the United States, I'm not sure, but where we know that they have allowed private lenders. So we don't have the benefit of looking at what are some of the negative consequences that could occur. But Jeff brought up some. And if you listen carefully, what he's telling you is, he's saying, oh, it'll be staff time. No, it's more than that. Legal time. Now how much we pay the lawyer? And I'm not suggesting disparaging the lawyer, but I'm just saying, you don't want to be paying $375 or whatever it is an hour for legal issues that we don't need. I'll go to one other point. It said, oh, you know, some people may not be able to come here. Well, you know what? Here's how it works in my life. I'd love to buy a Lamborghini, you know, but I can't afford a Lamborghini. And that's how it is. If somebody wants to come into a village and there are financial regulations and they can't meet it, that's how it is. You go to a bank and they want 20% down, That's how it is. Now, it has been raised that perhaps we would, I hope there's no timer on this because the other gentleman
Yeah,
was
there
able
is
to
none.
speak. What was I saying? I lost my train of thought. Anyway, we're trying to help increase the number of units that are sold. Have we gone to the realtors and asked them if they're having any trouble selling homes here? I don't think they do have any issues whatsoever. And we haven't had past issues. We're not having, I don't think, any issues right now. There may be a lack of homes, a lack of inventory. That's different. I don't think there's any trouble in having people come in and pay cash. We already have the information at hand. We already know that Seal Beach has been doing this for 50 years, and it works. So therefore, and it was also, I believe, one of the board members, I don't know how to pronounce your name, Vidya. I think she brought up the fact that United's, and I think Jeff did, your fiduciary responsibility, where does it say that you're supposed to help realtors or that you're supposed to make sure that we're selling homes? Your fiduciary responsibility is maintenance and that sort of thing, and it happens by keeping up a community and keeping it up in good shape. People will flock here because we have something that no other community has. It's all the amazing, et cetera.
Okay.
So, and there's...
Yeah, your time's up.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to ask one other thing, though. Are there any board members that want to become lenders?
Okay.
Okay.
We're not
We are
gonna
not
go
going
there.
to that
So,
direction.
your
Okay,
time's
this
up.
is-
Thank you, Dick.
I
Thank you,
wanted
Dick.
to ask that question. I think it's important to know if there's
Okay.
any conflict of interest. Are there any board members planning to become a
No,
lender?
I don't think we're going to do that. So, thank you, Dick.
Can I
also-
I think the question
Before we comment, I did have one comment that I wanted to make, and this is the comment that we do see a slowing in inventory. We do see that there has been a slowdown in the market price of our properties, and a lot of that
everybody's
is
slowing
because
down.
as a realtor, I could see that it does benefit Third by having access to loans. We do not have access to loans to facilitate sales, and we require, quite frankly, all cash transactions. It would be much more beneficial for our community, the co-op community, to facilitate some way of having loans to help spur more sales in our real estate, in our community. That's my feeling. Azar?
Yes, I wanted to write down a few things that you mentioned. Number one, you mentioned, Dick, about legal fee. Any legal fee, as usual, that we pay is going to add up to the foreclosure at the end we receive it. This is how we practice. So it is not an issue, so bring it just peace of mind for you. And regarding to guarantor that you said, we want guarantor to have those because the guarantor, the person that come here by guarantor, obligated to pay for HOA because this person is gonna stay here. Please understand, this is a lender. Give the money. If in 2 months, in 2 months, they are not gonna pay the HOA, we're gonna say to lender, actually it goes faster than guarantor, and we go to the foreclosure, and then the process of that, we get our money. We got our job, please understand, is protect United. And I understand that some of you say that it's going very, very unusual things might happen. Might happen, yes, might happen. But in that case, we try to write down, please understand and read this one, it's 15 items that protect United. There is nothing here that is not in not be protecting United. And please understand that Third has the one. If it was wrong, and that's why you can see their prices, one of them, yes, I understand about these people that seek, one of them is the sales. Asking about the sales, you wanted to know, you don't know. In 10 minutes, I'm gonna give a report because it's in the finance. You can see, yes, compared to last year, this month, 85 less, and the price going down. So yes, when you are putting orange apple to apple and compared to last year, not only the sales goes down, the price goes down as well, because you are cutting back the opportunity for competition. Every value in everywhere is to the real estate.
Okay.
So that's three question that you brought it, but if
We're
you
going to
want
have
to,
to, we're going to have to end this because
Yes.
we can go around for an hour.
He's got two more
So,
comments.
oh, there's two more comments? All right, let's go ahead. Finish the comments. Okay.
I'm Kathy Schill, 2189A. I've been following this. I attended a few of the meetings to hear the comments and listen to the pros and cons. I still have a lot of reservations. I think you're spending a lot of staff time and effort on solving a problem we don't really have. And funnily enough, what I'm going to do is follow up a little bit on what Dick said. I think since this is new to this community, I think everyone that has served on that ad hoc committee, everyone on this board should be barred from investing in these kind of investments. Just the transparency and the conflict of interest, I think is very important to maintain that trust between the community and the board. I'd like to see everybody on the board, on those committees, whether a board member or an advisor, is barred from participating in these loans. You may go back to that initially and find there's been no problem and you want to change that, but I think from an initial standpoint, that needs to be in place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, any
And,
other comments from?
One more
Yes.
comment. This is from email from Manny Robledo.
Okay, go ahead.
I am writing this in support of the revised non-institutional recognition agreement. This will be good for the property values and residents who are house rich but cash poor, because it will allow family members, private portfolio lenders, or sellers interested in providing financing to securely loan money buyers. Also, the addition of the requirement that all loans be settled throughout a licensed escrow company protects members, united and unsophisticated lenders without having to qualify the lenders. The residents will be assured of receiving the loan proceeds, and United and the lenders will be assured of receiving property executed loan documentation. I'd like to thank the ad hoc committee for their good work that will once again allow mortgage-type loans within the village. And that's it.
Okay, we're going to let people who haven't spoken yet speak, board members. So now we're going to let Tom speak.
Okay, thank you. First of all, as far as probate goes, we have those issues right now. If somebody passes away and their unit goes into a probate situation, we have those same issues right now, and we go through the same process. So it's not like this one will create anything unusual when there's a probate situation, and you can look at the cases we have going on right now, and they can get tied up, and they can be with multiple inheritors of a unit. Second of all, there are some pros and there are pros and cons to this. There are a lot of good things that can happen with a third-party lender. And oftentimes it's not because somebody doesn't have the finances, it's because they may have those finances tied up where they don't want to pay capital gains or for some other reason, investments or something, and they want the cash somehow. They could have $3 million, $4 million tied up in property, stocks, bonds, and they don't want to sell it to come up with the cash, but they can easily get a loan, be it a third-party loan or some other personal loan or something. But there's also the negative side to those things too that can happen. So if we're going to allow loans, period, I don't think we should restrict it to just financial institutions. I think we should make it available to third-party loans, especially in the case of family members loaning to family members. There's a lot of good ways to get a third-party loan out there that doesn't have to be through a company. As far as the potential buyer still has to qualify in the same ways all buyers have to qualify. They have to have the assets, they have to have the income, and things like that. So we're not changing the rules there. As far as Maggie brought up the guarantor situation, I think it could be a possible amendment that you would specify that there are no guarantor purchases with third-party loans. That's a possibility to consider. Okay? And the same way as with Diane, if she has an amendment to the one, that's a pretty minor amendment, I think. So there could be a couple possible amendments to this that could be added in the next 28-day period. But overall, I think we shouldn't be in the business of dictating to our members or potential buyers how they acquire their finances as long as they meet all the requirements that United has. And, yep, there could be some issues that come up, just like there are issues that come up now with potential probate and when people don't pay their assessments and that. The only other thing I have to say is, first of all, I do think the comments from Kathy and Dick and that, and heard in the past, but I would like to hear if VMS has a recommendation on this or any concerns about this policy from VMS.
Point of order, why would VMS even be, why would we even ask
No.
VMS?
No, that's not appropriate.
I would still like to hear VMS because they process this and they make the recommendation on a approval basis on if they approve a sale or not.
I still sign approvals. If I don't sign them, they don't get approved. What do I need them for?
The recommendation is already there from VMS. So if you have questions to VMS, specific questions, then you're welcome.
Is this
to
a
ask.
VMS recommendation?
No.
Or is this came out of a...
This came out of an ad hoc committee.
That's right.
And
Right.
so, as VMS,
Staff was there, Pamela was there in the
as
things and
staff
Steve.
does what we ask them to do, I would like to know if they have concerns about implementing such a policy.
Yes.
All right,
That's good
I'll
one,
allow
Steve.
Steve to.
They shouldn't have an opinion on it.
Oh,
It's not their money, it's our money.
Oh, gosh.
Thank you. Steve Horvath, Director of Finance. Staff, and speaking personally, does not have a recommendation in either direction. So it will, there's, whoever made the point, Tom, I believe you said, there's going to be pros and cons to each, right? Yes, staff, there will be more time. There will be benefits to each of the members who take advantage of the program. Are you bringing on more risk? Potentially, but it may be a benefit to the members of the community. It's not my decision whether you guys should take on more risk or not. We defer to the judgment of the board. So if it's something that the board is interested in doing, we will find a way to make it work, meaning from an implementation perspective, but I'd leave it to judgment of the board to assess the risk appropriately.
Okay, is there any other board member that hasn't spoken yet?
No.
Pearl, you haven't spoken yet.
My feeling is that if they need the third-party loan, as Dick Rader said, they should get their own, and board should not get involved. And the slowing down of the purchasing of the real estate transactions is a national trend right now. It's not because of this. And when the NC, what was the lender, when they stopped making a loan, we did not see the decline of the sales in this co-op. We had a very, very good real estate market for the last 2 years. Now, nationally, everything's cooled off, and we will see the decreased number of transactions, not because we don't have a third-party lender. It's because that's how the real estate market goes. And I also feel that we have a responsibility to the residents, fiduciary responsibility. And I feel, I could be very wrong, but I feel like this whole thing was made up. Of course, there are residents that need cash for their medical needs, but this would make the investors haven. I really feel that way. And we are so concerned about, the real estate activities in our community. That should not be our priority. It will happen, and if those who can afford to buy here, they will come. And we're not in the real estate business. We're not in the business to create this huge appreciation, because of our location, it will appreciate no matter what. So I really don't think that the drop in the transaction has anything to do with this. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to call for the vote.
I would like one
And-
more
and
time
if
to
you-
speak.
Okay, everyone has had a chance to speak
Yes,
multiple
and some
times.
more than others.
And
I would
think-
like
think
one
we've
more
had-
time to speak.
Because we just regurgitate over the same things, over and over and over. And I want to call to the vote.
You can't do that. You have to call, make a
And we
motion
vote
for
on
a
it.
previous
Okay.
question to end debate.
I'd like to make a motion to end debate
But I want
at this
to-
point.
I want to say that one thing should be changed, just like Thomas had a change too. you know.
Okay.
So even if it passes or fails, those changes should go in. And that is that held by lender is taken out. I don't want that in the third sentence. So there's an amendment of that. And Thomas, what was your amendment about the guarantor? A person who has a guarantor should not be allowed.
No new purchases by third-party loans with a guarantor.
So going back to your amendment, would you say if you cross out the words "to be held by lender"?
Yeah, take out the lender. It should be held by escrow or some other third-party trustee as agreed between the lender and the borrower.
Okay. And what was your motion? What was your change, Tom?
I'm going to assume it's Diane's motion. I'm just helping clarify that. And that would be that there will be no new purchases with third-party loans that require a guarantor also.
Where is that at?
And then
Where is-
the lender.
I don't,
This
And
is
the
then,
lender take out.
where is that?
Take out, yeah, he knows that. He's
What
got that.
section is that? What number is that?
Well, it could be in the corporation and lender present and warrant as follows, but,
Item 3,
right, but I don't know where that would go, Jeff, about the,
lender be out.
well, that part, right, but the other part is the guarantor. We shouldn't allow, there shouldn't be a loan if somebody already has a guarantor, because they're already in trouble. They're already, behind the eight ball.
So,
Can we make an amendment to the motion to get the pass, take the word lender in item 3,
right?
and then add item 16 at the end of the item, the sentence that Tom said. Can you repeat that one, please, Tom, one more time? I'm sorry for the third time.
Jeff, I assume you're hearing this?
Yes.
And would you like to word that more than me, or?
I can work on the wording. I have the message pretty clear, yes.
Okay. But the basic message is that there will be no new sales with third-party loans if a guarantor is required.
wait a minute.
What does it mean?
But Jeff
Are you
will-
canceling guarantors?
No.
No.
Just with third-party loans, we won't allow a new buyer to use a guarantor with third-party loans.
Okay, so If the original purchase was made with a guarantor, they may not refinance.
Yes.
Right,
Yes.
refinance
All
or
right.
something,
Yes.
right. That's a good idea.
Okay,
Refinance.
that's good.
And we'll leave that to Jeff to truly
Okay,
work.
so with these two adding, we'll make the motion for this,
As amended.
as amended, sorry.
We still
I
have to
should
see
say
if
this.
it's going to pass, because it might not.
Okay, so why don't someone make a motion?
I believe Diane made the motion.
I made the motion.
I will second that motion.
Okay.
That's the amendment.
Okay, so
Okay.
does
So-
everybody, oh,
So all those in favor of this recognition agreement with those changes made, raise your hand.
I don't understand.
no. All we want to do is just vote to do the amendment, but then we're going to vote for the whole
Oh,
thing.
okay, okay, I see.
The motion as amended.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
right,
we
so
have
you
to
gotta-
vote for the motion as amended.
Okay.
Is
No,
that right?
first the amendment.
Just the amendment.
The amendment. Okay, so we're going to vote for the amended changes that were just recommended. All those in favor of the two amendments that were just recommended, raise your hand.
You can't do two at once.
No?
No, yes.
The amendment that was recommended for those two
The amended,
changes.
that's
The
recommended.
amendment.
All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, so the amendments are approved.
Amendment.
Amendment is approved. Then what's the next step?
The original
May I
motion
ask
as
a
amended.
clarifying question?
Yes, you may.
Okay, on the amendment that just passed, Tom, will you explain what 16 is again? What you're going to, what 16 was?
Basically, the 16 would say if a guarantor is involved, then there are no third-party loans. That's a summary of it.
So if you have an existing loan, is that what you're saying? You cannot get another loan?
If you have a guarantor on a purchase or
Oh, I get it.
existing
Okay.
unit manor, you cannot have a third-party loan.
Okay. Thank you.
That makes sense?
Thank you.
Okay, so now we want to make a motion to approve the motion with the amendment?
No, let's Tom said.
Okay, go.
Actually, there's already a motion on the floor that's been amended and is ready to be voted on as amended.
Oh, God.
Say that again. Sorry.
So the vote now will be on the main motion as amended.
Oh, main motion as amended. Okay.
Main motion, which is the recognition agreement, as amended.
Okay, I second it.
So all those in favor, okay, it's been seconded.
Okay.
So all those in favor of the recognition agreement as amended, please raise your hand.
I don't know what to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll vote for it.
So six people.
So, Cash, did you raise your hand?
Yes, 6 people.
Oh, you did, Cash?
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, all those opposed, raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 to 5.
So 6 to 5. So the recognition is agreement is approved as amended, and does it still go out for 28
Yes,
days,
it
right?
goes for
still
Oh,
goes out.
yes, they do.
28 days.
Thank you, 28 days. Thank you.
Okay,
To be rediscussed.
Thank God.
thank you. Very good discussion. Okay. Next item is 12D.
No, that's the one we moved. We moved from 11
Oh,
to 12.
11F.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about recommendations to approve sublease and application package, which was 11F, and now we're going to talk about that in 12D. So Maggie, you generated that package. Do you want to talk to that issue, or?
Okay, this was the sublease application package, which we worked on for a while, trying to put the lodger part in. When the lodger part became too complex and the whole thing got far too complex, we separated out the lodger policy, and Jeff has produced a new lodger policy separately. So that means we want to restore the original sublease as it always was. And by doing that, what we did then was we made non-substantial changes to make some wording a little easier to understand. There are no messages in here of the changes that will cause us to be liable for any misconduct or anything like that. There is no wording in here that will cause us to face any legal charges or anything. We just made superficial wording changes, and we flipped the listing of addresses one above the other, and that's all. So that's it. If you don't pass it, fine. It just remains the same sublease, which has always been here, and we will. But this one was to just make some wording a little easier. Thank you.
I have some.
This is Director Quam. I want to call your attention to page 3 of 46, where we're talking, it's on the staff report, and it said under the discussion, in the last paragraph in discussion, it says, since the proposed changes appear to be non-substantive in nature, it may not be necessary to send the policy to the board or make changes to Resolution 01-2111 and its qualifiers for subleasing units. So this is very, as Maggie said, these are very minor issues that we were just trying to correct to make it easier, not only for the sublessee and the sublessor, but also for our staff to be able to understand and to implement. So that was the purpose. So we spent hours and hours going through this. And I hope it meets everyone's approval.
Thank you so much. The reason I want this one, maybe the changes was minor, but I have to go, please go to page 6 out of 46. This is a qualification for subleasing. And if you go to number 6, you can see that right down the person that comes, the requirement is with respect to each subleasee of the members unit of such as form as United may prescribe from time to time, full name, age, birthday, statistical information. What is the statistical? Is logarithm? Is scores? Is score feed? What is the statistical information? Can you write down exactly what is this? Because I received from Pamela very clearly what they need for the background, and I am reading from her email. Her email, when I asked what is the background, she wrote to me, we request a nationwide check as to 1, criminal history, 2, sex offender records, and 3, OFAC Patriot Act search, and 4, eviction history. These are the email that I received from Pamela, and I want to see exactly this one be here rather than a statistical, which I don't know, talking about logarithm or other stuff of a statistic. I don't know what has been that.
Maybe Pamela can help us with that.
Actually, this is from your email. Oh, thank you, Pamela. You sent this email to me. Yes.
Good afternoon, directors, and I stand by my response to Azar. But I would say that with respect to statistical information, there are lots of questions from members and board members How many men live here? How many women live here? How many people between 60 and 70 live here? How many between 80 and 90 live here, etc. So there are many statistical parameters that are of interest to people, and we duly try to report those.
And I would like to see these things that Pamela sent be here. So if we want, a subleasee should give us this, so we are not having, you know, that we are all dealing with 2-3 years with some problem that somebody comes here without a background check. So I want these numbers, this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that she sent by email to me, be here rather than just randomly something. Be clearly this be here as a qualification
So
for the background.
I think that on the sublease policy, or the application, you have to submit a criminal background check, and you have to submit a credit check, and you have to submit that. It should be the same on the lodger policy, my feeling, when we go out with that policy. But don't we already have that policy on the sublessee?
But
That
in
we
this
have to-
15
have
is
to
not
have that?
here. I read all of these 15 that they said qualification, and it wasn't there. That's why I wanted to be clear. And I think it's important, especially criminal history and sex offender, that this word that she wrote to me.
So let Maggie talk. Go ahead, Maggie.
These statistics are what you fill in. The statistics are your birth date. The statistics are how many people are going to reside in the unit. Statistics are just numbers. They are just information. It can be anything. This is not changing anything. We are not changing this. We are saying we are going to continue on with this form, which we updated, adopted in February 9th of 21. And these are just standard. We have not changed things. Go through, see what we have not changed. All those forms that you fill out, we have not changed them. I can't help it if you think that we should not have statistics here, or we need statistics here. Everything that we implant is a statistics. I mean, we are not changing that. We're not doing anything. It's just information.
Okay, I wanted to see this stuff be there, so be written, because I was confused. I received, the reason I sent to Pamela regarding to this email, everybody sent different things. Somebody sent only financial, somebody sent different. And I want to see this be here in number 16, that we need from subleasee this information be as a background be sent, so we'll not be later in problem. Just because you think they have to send doesn't mean they are sending, because it's not here. This information is not here. That's all I am saying.
It's included in the package.
Well, my question will be to Pamela. Number 5 states the requirement that all subleasees meet the age requirements for occupancy and residency as required and established under United's governing documents and California Civil Code Section 51.3. Is that not the items you're talking about, Azar? Or maybe Pamela can answer what that really means in number 5.
Okay, go ahead. Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what number 5, what page of this packet are you referring to?
This would be page 6 of 46, under Exhibit A, Attachment 1.
So in response, I would refer you to page 26 of 46, where there is a checklist of what the applicants must provide. And the fact is that companies that provide national criminal background checks don't always report it the same way. Some of them include a credit score, some of them include information about who your nearest relatives might be. There's a wide background. So these websites, which are not exclusive, you can use any website that you choose, but one of these is from the American Apartment Owners Association, one tenant background search. And this really was incorporated a number of years ago because we found that residents weren't doing any background check on who they were inviting into their homes or
So-
who they were subleasing to.
So Pamela, are you recommending we add something to this document, or you believe it's sufficient as is?
I personally believe it's sufficient as is.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, as I said, let me say, as for 3 years, I signed this one. Some person sent only all of the risks, 5 pages where he lived in the past. And that was the only background check that comes. This street, this nation, that doesn't help me that this person is healthy or not.
Okay,
So-
we've gone through it already.
No,
So-
hold on, I have to finish my sentence for
Well,
this
we've
one.
gone through
We
this
wanted
already.
to say, nationwide, as Pamela said very clearly, they are sent, excuse me, I'm gonna explain what is that.
No, finish up, finish.
Nationwide background check doesn't says anything. So we are the board member. We want to decide it, what kind of people we want to come here. We want directly says these 5 things be there as a background check. So because nationwide, as Pamela mentioned, different websites give you different things. And they go, we don't want tenant. I don't care where the person lived for last 5 years. I want to see it has criminal history or not, or eviction history or not, or this is stuff. This is important for us.
Already on the requirements.
Where is that? Show
From
me.
page 26.
No, it's not there. Show me.
Go to 26.
Yes, that's what, this is 26.
26, it
No.
shows exactly what's required.
No,
to
it
submit.
says nationwide background, no. There is no name for this. We're protecting.
No, it gives you criminal background check.
No.
It gives you credit report, right?
No,
Azar,
please
Azar.
read, please, everybody in front of you, read 26, page 26. This information is not there.
What do you think a tenant background check is?
Credit report, they said nationwide background check. Example, we don't know which one they are choosing. What's wrong with the board member to write down these 4 things and said, we want this one from you if you want to come here? What's wrong with that? There is no writing here.
All
what I
of those-
This should back to the
All
committee.
right, okay, I'm going to end this discussion. 'cause
I
we're
want
gonna
this
go
back to the
and forth.
community.
We're going to go back and forth. This is in future business, and it is.
It
is
should
this a
back to the
resol-
community.
I'm sorry. Is this a resolution that we're voting on, or no?
No.
Because it's
This
future
is,
business.
yes, it was the one that Azar took off because she did not understand it.
Okay.
And so it
we're
is
not gonna-
now up, and we're going to consider it and debate it as usual, and then put it over for 28 days,
Okay.
if we wish to do that.
No.
Isn't that,
So what
you
do we,
moved
what's the
it,
protocol? What's the protocol?
he moved it to a unfinished business, didn't
Yes.
she? Where did she move it?
So do we vote to
No.
move it to 28 days, or do we just? let-
If I could interrupt, please, there is no resolution. These are non-substantive changes that can be approved by the board at this meeting.
Right,
Motion.
Yes.
yep.
A motion is needed to do what?
And Mr. President, before go, can we send this one back to the committee and ask this one for protection of the future? And as they said, not having legal fee that non-stop, these people coming, be it in this one. This is a general word. Nationwide background check is not saying anything. I am not here, but you are going to be involved. Please put this one that Pamela sent to be here as a wording. I want this back to the committee, and these words be as a background check, be right on there.
Is that a motion that you're moving it back?
That's what I am moving this one back to the committee, and this information that Pamela said be written here as a written, not as a general name, nationwide background check. So that's what I think is. I make a motion this back to the committee, government document, and this information with the guideline of the Pamela, whatever she decided is the best, and then put it in here.
Okay, is there a second to the motion?
Well,
Well, let's wait to see if we have a second.
well, yeah,
Okay.
I can second.
Oh.
I have a question.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, now we can have a question.
Okay, yeah. So I would like it to go back to committee, because I do have another problem, so, which I'd like to address.
Yeah,
in the
go
committee
ahead.
Governing documents, so, yeah. Do you want me to tell you what it is?
No.
Well, let's vote on this first motion, and then,
Okay, yeah, no, I,
which
yeah.
has been seconded,
Back to
and
committee.
then we'll talk to you about your second concern.
Okay.
So all those in favor of sending it back to committee with that one concern of Azar, raise your hand.
With the things that Pamela wants to put here as a background check. We had lots of problem in background check.
Okay, all those in favor of that, raise your hand.
Cash.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Nobody cares about background check?
Okay.
Interesting.
All right, all those opposed, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, it's rejected.
Okay. So
Okay,
you
5
don't
to
want
6.
this number?
It lost 5 to 6. Okay, so is there another, Diane, did you have another suggestion?
No,
Jim?
I'll just bring it up in governing docs.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion that we approve this as is, but then have the committee look at the additions that Azar and Diane are looking for in the committee. And there's nothing wrong with continuing this as is, it appears like, since it's minor changes. And then if the committee decides there's more changes to be made, it'll be brought back. So I so move this be amended with the recommendation that the committee look at Diane's and Azar's changes.
Second.
Very good.
Second.
Is there a
That's
second?
me.
Okay. all
I'm
those-
sorry, I didn't understand motion. So we are still
Exactly.
sending,
Motion is going back to committee, and they'll review some of,
okay, okay.
No, I think accept this as is.
The motion would be to approve this
Approve it.
as is, but then for the committee to look at the
Okay,
Azar and
yes,
Diane
we want
changes.
this number for protection. This is important to be there,
Is this a
please.
motion to reconsider something that's already been voted down? Can't
No.
do it.
We voted down a
The
motion
amendment.
that had an amendment
Yeah.
to
We
this
voted the
document.
amendment down.
So you trying to make a motion to reconsider what was just voted down?
No, Anthony, we voted down the amendment.
so.
So now we are back to the
Why don't you
original
read your
motion.
motion again? So we
My,
can-
my motion would be to approve the document as is with
Period.
the
Period.
as is, but I do want it to be stated that the committee is to look at the changes Azar and Diane have. So
To
yes,
consider.
approve as is.
Okay. And they'll consider those recommendations in committee. Okay, so all those in favor of the resolution as is, with the recommendation that they consider to talking about those items in committee, raise your hand.
So the motion has two parts?
2 parts.
Okay.
Well,
Raise your hand. If you agree
3,
with that.
4, 5, 6, 6.
all right.
Okay, all those opposed?
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's all right. It
Okay,
comes back.
It's approved.
Okay, that's okay, it's passed.
Because it's important, this is.
Okay.
We will explain what a background check is.
Okay. Okay, very good, thank you.
My stomach thinks my throat's been cut.
Okay, we're done 12D, is that right? So we go to 13. At this point, we talk about town halls. So last month, there was a town hall on landscaping, and the next town hall is later this week on manor alterations. So I think, Diane, you moderated the landscaping. Would you like to briefly discuss that, the landscaping?
Well, as we
Town hall?
expected, there was going to be a lot of people with problems. And so those were submitted to Catherine and Siobhan. The different, I could read off the ones that are there, but I don't have an answer to that yet. And Kurt also got it. I don't know if it was Catherine, Siobhan and Kurt got those. So there are some people that have been neglected, in their overall landscape, and there are people that are just battling with the weeds and the service. And so there's all kinds of good programs that I was telling them. They're going to do training with landscape employees, and they're doing the weed abatement, and people that are feeling neglected need to come to the landscape committee meetings in addition to town halls. So anyway, that it was a frustrating meeting, which I knew was going to happen. We're a big place, and we have a lot of people that do their own gardening, and people that expect certain things with their own gardening, which if they're taking on their own gardening, I don't know how we can be involved in that, so it's tough. I mean, we used to have a yellow stake program where we put out signs that said, "This is mine, don't touch it," but we don't do that anymore, so.
Yeah. I put out an idea, I think at the last board meeting, I don't remember when it was, but do you remember we set up a town hall meeting, not a town hall, we set up an ad hoc committee for the canary pine trees.
Yeah.
When that blew up in our faces. And it worked out very well in that we got residents to join an ad hoc team, and we had arborists go out with them, walk the community, and see the problems firsthand and understand how to resolve some of these problems. And we did a great job. You did a great job. Everyone in landscaping did a great job in forming this ad hoc committee. Maybe we should consider such an ad hoc committee with all the complaints we get about landscaping to get people that are interested in joining some kind of a committee, an ad hoc committee, to walk the community and show the problems that they're having, and maybe we come up with some ideas from that could help restore the faith in landscaping with our residents, that they are trying to do a good job. They are, but they have challenges. And so maybe by involving the residents in this ad hoc committee, it might help. I'm just throwing it out as an idea, just for your consideration.
It's a great idea. Now, I don't know why the landscape committee stopped doing walkabouts. They used to do that. But, so Siobhan might know.
Siobhan.
No, well, I was going to follow up on your comments. We have an existing landscaping committee. That's the place for this, rather than creating yet another ad hoc committee that staff will have to staff, that hours will have to be expended, and then you'll be concerned about the costs. So let's use the committee we have, and we'll try to structure it in a way that works for the board.
Which would be good. So if we did our walkabouts again or whatever.
Wait. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. When I was on the ad hoc committee, that's what we did. We went out to these sites and made decisions as to tear down trees or not tear them down. So we used to do that as a landscape committee when I was on it years ago.
Yes, we do that now because they go ahead and photograph it. We And when people would send in a landscape request, it came to the committee, and we would, if it was a tree removal or something, we would go out to that request spot, and that would require 2 staffers and the 3 directors to go out there and take us about an hour after the meeting. We'd look at this thing and we'd say, request granted or not granted. Now with all the pictures they send us, we are relying on the pictures. And we go through the pictures and the staff analysis and the request. And we decide from the pictures, and some of us go all together. And we make the decision and say yes or no. We have at the town hall meetings sometimes a group of 4 people, perhaps, that have been dissatisfied with the landscape forever, and there is nothing that we can do to fix them. The weeds grow too fast. Are we going to go out and look at their weeds every week or every month? The bushes are not trimmed properly. Shall we go out there and look at their bushes every month? Are they going to write a report for all of these things? And how many times do we have to respond to this? We send the workers, cut these things down and fix these things, but they are still unhappy. So it comes up again. It's like a weed. It comes up again. So I don't see that an ad hoc committee or any change in our procedures is required here. We will just listen to what they say each time and respond. And that's all we can do. If there is anything that needs to be done, staff picks it up and says, we'll send somebody out to do it. If there is nothing that can be done because they're just complaining about the weeds in general, then...
Just based on the results of the ad hoc committee that was set up for the canary pine trees, that resulted in a great success for our community. That resulted in a great success for our community to resolve the issue of the canary pine trees. That's why I think it may be something that landscape might want to consider opening up as an ad hoc committee for landscaping.
We
That's the
already
only-
have the process there, Lenny, is what I'm saying. The process is there.
Diane.
All they have to do is fill out another request.
Okay, Diane.
Yeah, I mean, I think the process is very limited as to what the committee, the landscape committee gets to see. You know, it's only a tree needs to be taken out, you know, basically. I mean, it's not, I have a ticket in for 6 months, I'm not getting any results, I need to have things replaced or something. You know, so maybe if we have some review of what is out there, you know, that people have requested that is a problem, you know, and it's been in there for a long time. I know when I've taken walks around, like some areas, like by Paseo de Valencia and the gate too, and you go back there, and there is a lot of bad stuff, you know. I mean, or even I just went to look for a building, and, you know, there was cones there and black on the sidewalk, and, you know, it just doesn't look good, you know. So I think if we either do a walk through, you know, like advertise in the Globe, you know, we're going to be coming through such and such buildings, you know. I don't know. What do you think, Siobhan?
Why don't we refer this to the landscaping committee, and the committee and staff can decide the best approach?
Great.
Again, I caution creating another ad hoc meeting
Yeah, right.
or committee. While I appreciate that, that generates staff costs, and you're
Yeah.
asking us to please keep our costs down. So I'm advising against that,
Yeah.
thinking that we might have an alternative here that would work.
I think we could have an alternative. So we just have to look at it in the landscape committee.
We'll look into it.
Yeah.
Can I suggest something, Mr. President? Yeah. How about attach? No. One thing that Siobhan, I don't know, is practical rather than staff getting. Is there any creating maybe a site, an email, a special email or something, that they can send their problem to that specifically, and chair can see and decide that based on how bad that area is. And then they go there rather than spending the time. How much time you have to go all around the Laguna Woods to see? I mean, let them, they send a picture to you, and then by looking at the picture, at least you can say, okay, this tree location is really bad. We're gonna go and walk only this tree. So in that case, eliminate to going all over. It is impossible to go all over.
Too much time. Thank you for your suggestion, but again, I think we should refer this to the committee that has the specialty to guide this decision. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
technology can.
That's good.
Yes.
We'll get back to you, Lenny.
Okay. And then the other town hall, which is coming up, is it later this week? Friday? Friday.
Friday.
Is manor alterations. Who's moderating that? Is that
Allison, Bob, and
Allison
myself.
and yourself? So do you want to speak to that a little bit?
Allison?
Yeah, we're hot on the pursuit of getting our presentation perfected, absolutely perfected. So it's going to be interesting, and I hope people will attend. We have to look, and maybe we can talk about this later on, but trying to do a better job of communicating all of our good news that comes out of United to United members, so they have plenty of time to make plans to attend these wonderful sessions that we work so hard on. So, yeah, it's in progress. It'll be good on Friday, and I think there's some other thoughts that we can maybe share with each other about how we see the purpose of these town halls, what kind of staff support we need or can count on or shouldn't count on, so that it's smoother for each one of us. I'm not an expert on PowerPoint. You know, last time I worked in business, it didn't even exist. So, you know, we need some help, but we also are aware that this is our show and not the staff show. So,
And I agree, we do need help to communicate our town halls better, to send out messages, email, whatever way we can to get the message out that our town halls are coming up, and any other messages that we have. We need to facilitate much better communication to our residents about these kind of events. So at this point, we're going to go to director comments. Are there any director comments?
oh no. Yeah.
Oh, I skipped one?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. 13B is entertain a motion to approve the revised rules for committee meetings, August initial notification.
Next time, how?
28-day notification for member review and comments to comply with Civil Code 4360. So is this a motion? This is a motion. So Sue, can you read this? 13B?
Yes, read it, please.
Read quickly.
Rules for committee meetings. Whereas the board adopted the Open Meeting Act protocol and procedures to establish guidelines, protocol, and procedures to conduct board association business, and whereas the Governing Documents Review Committee is tasked to review policy and processes for consistency, clarity, and efficiency, and whereas the committee has recognized the need to establish rules for committee meetings based upon Robert's Rules of Order. Now therefore be it resolved, September 12th, 2023, the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts the following rules for committee meetings. The chair of a committee or two committee members may call a committee meeting. A committee can originate recommendations and motions concerning subjects within its area or responsibility without specific instructions from the governing board. 3, a committee should consider particular motions referred to it by the Board of Directors. 4, a committee acts validly if its decisions are agreed to at a properly called meeting of which every committee was given proper notice. A committee can provide recommendations and actions only if a quorum of its members are present in person and/or electronically. At least one member of the committee must be physically present. After the presentation of a staff report, a member of the committee may make a motion to accept staff recommendation or to act upon the report. 8, The chair can make motions and vote. 9, residents may be heard during member comments. 10, residents may be heard on an issue after committee members' discussion and before the vote is taken. 11, a committee may vote to refer for future consideration an issue suggested by a resident. Resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of this corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. August initial notification. Should the board endorse the proposed resolution, staff recommends that a motion be made and seconded to accept the resolution and allow discussion to ensure that the resolution reads to the satisfaction of the board. Staff then recommends that a board member postpones the resolution to the next available board meeting, no less than 28 days from the postponement, to comply with Civil Code 4360. I so move.
I second.
Okay, it's seconded by Diane. Any discussion? Tony?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. It makes no, or maybe we don't have to discuss the role of advisors in these committees, or should we just let that go? They're not allowed to vote, right?
Advisors are not allowed to
Right,
vote.
so should that be included in this or not? Just asking a question.
It's a good question.
have-
I don't know if there's an answer, but it shouldn't be, I think. But Maggie,
I believe that it's in the charter, but I have no objection to adding that as number 12. And I would like to add the word committee member on number 4. A committee acts validly if its decisions are agreed to at a properly called meeting of which every committee member was given proper notice. So we can add to number 12, what was it, Anthony? A committee advisors do not vote. I believe that's in our bylaws or somewhere else, but I see no harm in adding it here.
Ms. R.
Could you, somebody explain to me, all of these from 1 to 11 is from Robert rules. You just bring it in writing, is redundant, is government document, doesn't do anything to do, just rewrite the Robert's rules. Look at that. The chair of the committee or 2 committee member may call for committee member. It's just written exactly from the Robert's rules. And I have an objection about this one too, that number 9, or look at that, number 8. The chair can make motion and vote. Well, of course, we're doing for years this one, I mean. Number 9, resident may be heard during member comments. I don't want to see that one, because member comments is at the end of, right now is 1 o'clock, and after that is probably, by 2 o'clock comes member comment. And still we let the residents talking during member comment. Resident can talk during the open forum that they are talking and during the debate. If there is a debate and residents can write, but give another chance at the end, again, residents start talking, is gonna open the whole situation for us, and it's I don't know how this supposed to be there. So I'm totally opposite with all of this because it's from Robert's rules.
Okay. Any other comments?
Yes.
Let's get Diane.
Yeah, I would say this kind of addresses a situation that happened with an ad hoc committee, that they were not allowed to ask a question or make a comment, only write it down, and they'd hear the answer next week. You know, I mean, that didn't allow for a good open environment to talk and get feedback right then and there. You know, to wait, who knows if you're going to go next week? I mean, you know, and no response through email. So I think that was one of the reasons probably why this came up. I'm not sure, but I like the idea that residents that were there at that meeting could be heard, and also members or board members and other people that were there at the meeting could be heard. So that addresses it. Thank you.
Okay. Maggie.
Yes, it is number 10 that is often omitted. Number 5A on almost every agenda is member comments. no matter what the meeting is.
Yes.
And so member comments is sometimes, by some committees, set aside. And also, number 10 is what we customarily do, and yet at some committees, number 10 is not followed. And so number 12 can be added, and I believe the others are here so that everyone might remember that these are the Robert Rules committee rules that we are not always following. So if we all promise to follow it and to stop one another, if a committee is going awry, if we can be heard to get members heard, if we can be heard to get members to speak afterwards, instead of saying, no, we don't have time for that, no, we're not doing that, no, we're not doing that, we're putting that over, then that is, this is why this is here. This would not be here if we were all following all the committee rules. But we are not all following all the committee rules. So this is just a reminder, like your charter is, that what you should be doing during the committee.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
One
again,
more. Go ahead.
again, all of these, including what you said, is in the Robert Rules. We're just collecting some of them, bringing here as a resolution. It seems we don't have much resolution. We have created now another resolution. And plus, as you said, in here, you said during member comments. Where is in this agenda is member comments? Could you show me?
5A.
5A is approval of the minute, regular open meeting.
Let's see.
Am I wrong, or do I
Okay.
have another one?
Open forum. It's
There you go.
7
Then
here.
say
7.
open forum, not
forum.
member comments.
It is called member comments
Well,
on the agendas. Okay, open
there is no
forum.
and
All
We
right,
can
all
put
right, we're not gonna-
slash
we're not gonna
open
debate.
forum.
So let's let Tom talk. Go ahead.
Okay, I assume that this does not supersede Resolution 0111-2228. If I said that correct, 01-11-228. It doesn't supersede that, correct?
Which one is that?
Well, in the discussion, it says that the board adopted Open Meeting Act Protocol and Procedures, Resolution 01-11-228.
Oh, that is notification. That's how we must notice everybody that we have a meeting.
So this is a new resolution.
This is a different resolution.
And so I
This-
would like to add on number 6.
You don't,
I would like to add on number 6 that at least one member of the committee must be physically present if a physical location is set for the meeting, because there is a potential for an all Zoom committee meeting or something like that during certain times.
Okay.
So with that, I'll make the motion
Okay.
to approve this resolution with the addition of, on number 4, on the second line, committee member, the word member be added. That on number 6, adding if a physical location is set for the meeting. And then adding number 12, committee advisors have no voting rights.
And number 9, open forum. We don't have member comments.
That's my motion as I've read it.
Okay. Because there doesn't mean number 9.
Okay.
I second.
It's been seconded? Okay. All those in favor of the motion as amended, raise your hand. Okay. All those opposed?
Opposed because it's redundant.
Okay.
It's Robert's
It's approved.
rules.
It's approved. Okay, move on. Let's see, which one were we on here? That's Director comments. Okay, director comments.
Now we're in director comments.
Director comments? You're being shy? Come on, someone has to. Maggie?
Yes. I think micro print, which is what I call the printing here. I think the micro print of the one resolution, which I have never seen before, consistently 2 times on that one, what is it? It's the resolution about,
The recognition agreement for non-institutional.
it was Jeff's. It was that one. It was the, let me look. Recognition agreement of non-institutional lenders. I say that the print size makes it difficult for reading, especially if you're trying to go line for line and compare one copy with another. It's very hard to do this with this small print. And this is the only one which has been consistently small printed. That's 2 times in a row. And I find that very hard to deal with. Thank you.
Okay.
I've never seen it before that I recall.
Okay. Any other comments?
Yes, I want to make my comment regarding to the residents, if they hear me, that as all of you know that we are self-management, and I can hear that lots of complaint regarding to VMS, and I want to one more time precisely says that VMS does not do anything without the board approval. So if you have any complaint regarding to any motion or what director does, is complain to the board member. Please, we are in the direction of voting for the new members coming. Read their past performance, how they vote, how they do. If you like it, then vote it. If not, don't vote it. It's up to you. You put us here. I got voted by you and everyone here. So do not put lots of complaint to VMS staff. They are not doing anything except what we actually asking them. Thank you so much.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Let's move on to, let's try to do these committee reports quickly. It's getting late. It's 1:20. So, Lazar, can you start with the Finance Committee?
So we are going to the slide 1, as usual, is through the reporting period of June 30th. Total revenue for United was
Use your microphone.
25.7 million.
Use your microphone.
Oh, sorry, 25.7 million, compared to expenses of 25.5 million, resulting in net revenue of 180,000, as you can see here in the last line. Can we have slide 2? In the finance, always, as usual, we keep a close eyes on the operating portion of the financial result. The operating fund without depreciation shows an operating surplus of 52,000 during this period. This chart shows how much of our revenue went into operation, with 11.8 million coming in from assessment and 734,000 coming from non-assessment revenue. Can we get slide 3? Thank you so much. Slide 3 says that this next chart takes the full income statement and compares those results to budget. We can see that United ended the period better than budget by 451,000 when combining both operating and reserve saving. Can we get slide 4, please? Thank you. So in this slide, as you can see, is bar chart. You can see the first one is favorable with employee compensation, 920,000, and resulting this one based on the open position in landscape and M&C department. Please understand, do not consider this 920 as a saving or money, because as soon as we get this position field we will be using. And also see this green bar on the top is covered by the outside service. Partial lease outside service in the bottom line, 425,000, is outside service because landscape cannot fill the position, so they are using outside service. So you can see these two is cancel out. The next green, however, no, put it, thank you so much. However, the next green, which is investment income, is absolutely is gonna stay, and we are very proud that our investment going in the right direction. Month after month is growing, and is 272,000. That is a real money, and then is favorable. It's not going anywhere. And of course, the utility and telephone was unfavorable due to the over accrual of the sewer and water charges, and that's by next period. Hopefully, we can get a better number than this. If you go to the slide 5, on this pie chart, we can show that non-assessment revenue earned to date is almost $1 million. Revenue is organized by category, starting with our largest revenue generated category, investment income. As you can see, is 32%. Very proud of that. Followed by fees and charges, and laundry, lease processing fee, and resale processing fee, and so forth. And on number 6, on this pie chart, we see the expenses to date of $25.6 million, showing that our largest category of expenses are for property tax and employee compensation, followed by outside service, insurance, utilities, materials and supplies, and so forth. And then the next slide is on showing the same expenses, just not including property tax, because property tax, honestly, we receive from residents and we just pass to the city. And for number 8 is our fund balance, or shows here. The contingency fund balance on June 30th was $1.1 million, which threshold is $1 million. Still, we are above of that. Contribution collected total is $38,000 with no expenditures to date. The reserve fund balance on June 30th was $16.8 million. Contribution and investment revenue collected total $6.2 million, while expenditures were $6 million. The property tax fund balance on June 30th was actually a deficit $650,000, and contribution and investment revenue collected total $6.8 million. Just to say that property tax, there is a negative because we are collecting every month, but somehow we are paying every 6 months, collecting all as once and pay it to the city. So, and slide 9, we compare this historical fund balance for the past 5 years, and in this chart that you can see is the average is $19 million. We are building up based on the new investment. Thank you. And the last slide, which is good actually to see those people that they want to see resell, look at this chart. That we have a slide here to show a real estate history from 2021 to 2023. Through June 30th, United resale totaled 170, which is 82 resale lower than the prior year. There are lots of reasons that we have 82 less than last year. The average year-to-date resale price for a United Mutual Manor is $353,000, which is getting down 1,000 less than per year. Hopefully, with this private loan, more people can get, and then a little bit real estate goes better, because the value of any location is based on real estate. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Next is, so you're finished with finance, right?
Yes.
Okay. So next is architectural controls. Director Liberatore.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier in our consent calendar, you can see with those two amendments, that's what we did. And also in the meeting, also we were introduced to David Rudge, who is going to be the manor alterations variance inspector. And I've been told we've lost Mr. Mike Horton. And anyway, and then our next meeting will be I'm sorry, I'm lost. My next meeting will be on August 17th, 9:30 here in the boardroom.
Okay. Next is report of member hearings. Director Lee.
We had a meeting on July 13th. Our next meeting is on August 10th at 9 o'clock in the Sycamore Room.
Okay. Next is governing documents. Director Blackwell.
As you can tell, we talked about meeting rules, and we talked about the larger policy, and we talked about the sublessee policy. And so we will continue with those, and that's it. Thank you. We meet again August 17th at 1:30.
Okay. Next meeting is Landscape Committee. Director Casey.
The Landscape Committee met in June 26th, and they did not meet in July. And so August 28th is the next meeting at 1:30. And I hope a lot of people show up. Come and tell us what you need. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Maintenance and Construction Committee, and the committee met on June 28th. Next meeting is August 23rd. There was no new announcements at the meeting. The next is United Resident Advisory Committee. Director Liberatore.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had our Resident Advisory Committee, and of course, it's an opportunity. It's held in the Elm Room, and it's an opportunity for residents to come and sort of vent, and then we run with it from there. So we don't bring up any of those personal things here at the meeting. And our next meeting is this Thursday, August 10th, 2023. It's 4 p.m. in the Elm Room.
Okay, now we go to GRF, Finance Committee. Director Ascari.
Yes, last month they didn't have, as you know, GRF has a bio month meeting. So the last one was 21 that I gave the report in the last meeting, and the next one coming in August 16 at 1:30 p.m.
Okay. Next is Community Activities Committee. Director Lee.
Well, today the Director Blackwell will give a report since I wasn't there.
Okay, we had a meeting on July 17th. We talked about all the events as usual. The Recreation Department highlights. We talked about the upcoming events at the Performing Arts Center. We did talk about also the regulations which we are establishing for Recreation Department. We talked about the golf course. The construction is going on with the driving range, and there are nets up for people to practice by hitting into a net instead of out into the street or somewhere like that. There are 175 residents on the waiting list for garden plots, plus those who are waiting for tree plots. So there's a lot going on. There was a donation for the care of the mini horse, $3,000, to establish a foundation to continue to take care of the little horse that we have. And let's see, that's it. The equestrian non-resident boarder fee will be continue to be discussed, and we meet again on August 10th at 1:30. Thank you.
Okay. Report of the GRF Landscape Committee, Director Kwong.
The committee met on May 10th, 2023, and the next meeting is August 22nd at 1:30 in the boardroom, and is a virtual meeting, and we would encourage people to attend.
Okay, next meeting is GRF Maintenance and Construction Committee. Committee met on June 14th. The next meeting is August 9th at 9:30. And the next item is the Clubhouse Facilities Ad Hoc Committee, Director Bach.
Well, there hasn't been a meeting in a while, and there's not going to be a meeting for a while. It will be announced. It's a great committee.
Okay, Silent Committee. Report of the Media and Communications Committee, Director Kwong.
The committee met on July 17th, and we will meet the next time on September 18th at 1:30 in the boardroom, and as a virtual meeting.
Okay. Next item is report of the Mobility and Vehicles Committee, Director Ascari.
Yes, actually, it was a very interesting meeting. It was August 2nd, a few days ago, in GRF meeting, and Director Robert gave a presentation about the transportation, and that was all the meeting. We have three venue of the transportation: bus fixed route, which has 9 buses; Journey is curb to curb, and Boost is with lift for in demand. And in that one, actually, I present a calculation for the first time, and when monthly expenses for these three totally is $146,660 by the number of the trip in the average in a month. In average, when you add these three that they gave us as a monthly is 7,818. If you divide it by each other, you get one trip. One trip means a step inside the bus. It doesn't matter where you go from here to Clubhouse 1. It's cost $18.76. And that was something that I might even write down for it is a lot to pay for one trip. That means if I go from here to Clubhouse 1 and back, that's a cost of $37.52. And I ask that it should be a better way. I am not saying we should not have this service. Is this a good service? And some older people, they need it. Some people in disability, they need it. But we have to come up with a better, we are talking about budgeting, a better, nobody did this one before. And then it's $18 for one round trip, for one trip. So what I am suggesting, maybe they goes only limited to the disabled people or people in need, or some, rather than half an hour, 1 hour. I don't know, but they have to come up with a better. This is a little bit too much to pay. So I wanted to share with you that I passed this one to the committee, and I asked, and committee decided not to be every other month. Actually, they voted to be only 4 times in a year now. So every 3 months they are going to have it. So it's going to be longer until you receive. But even I am not here, please pursue this one. This is too much money for one trip that people going. Also, I wanted to share that in that meeting, actually it was chair that says, well, I don't want to use my car to use gas, and then that's why I am using this one. Well, I don't know, it's really a good reason that people doesn't want to use their car and then using this one, and we are paying $18.76 for one ride. So I want to share with you with that one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next meeting, I don't know, because they are changing to the 3 months. Probably you will hear next month.
Thank you. Report of the Security and Community Access Committee, Director Blackwell.
Okay, we met on April 26th. We talked about the camera quality in the RV lots, and we're getting better cameras for that. We talked about the backup generator for Clubhouse 3, which is necessary. We have key spots for more cameras. We have 36 vacancies in the RV lots. Key cameras for locations, we're moving them around to see if we can get the best spot because people are still entering those lots. Noteworthy incidents, the village has been under attack from the outside, apparently. There was a DUI outside the community wall between gates 7 and 9, collided with the GRF exterior wall, causing a 10-foot break in the wall. So the second one was on Paseo del Valencia, Alisos, the GRF perimeter wall was breached when a non-resident lost control of their vehicle. So that's 2. They're coming at us. And number 3 was a resident lost control of their vehicle, making a U-turn to exit gate 9 and hit the gate ambassador's parked vehicle, causing damage to the gate and the vehicle. So apparently we need a little cloud of peacefulness to descend upon and protection to descend upon the village. We are being attacked from everywhere. We're looking into maybe restoring the officer bike patrol program that they used to have. However, that may not happen, but we're talking about it. Thank you. We meet again on, well, let's see, June 28th. Well, that was
August 23rd.
That's, yeah, okay. Thank you.
And then Laguna Woods Village traffic hearing, Director Akrakar.
The traffic hearings were held on July 19th, and the next hearing is on August 16th at 9 a.m. in the boardroom. I also want to tell you that California stops are not allowed, and it cost me $50.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Report of the Disaster Preparedness Task Force, Director Liberatore.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to remind everybody, it's a task force. It's not a committee. It's headed up by our head of security, Director Nunes, and he had attended there a sergeant from the Sheriff's Department with his driver, and they gave a really thorough discussion about how they are ready to handle any and all things that could affect Orange County. And so, like Allstate, we're in good hands. And it was a great presentation that Eric got for us from the Sheriff's Department. And our next meeting will be on September the 26th here in the boardroom.
Thank you. Next is the report of the Compliance Ad Hoc Committee, Director Blackwell.
We met on July 14th at 9:30. We talked about the additional occupancy fee and whether that should be raised by GRF. Hasn't been raised in a long time. Let's see. We asked some questions of the Community Services Manager. Director Milliman made a direction to staff to bring us some information about the GRF occupancy fee in today's market. As I say, it has not been raised in a long time. All right. We are discussing the internal dispute resolution. That's the process when people have disagreements with each other on GRF property. And so that is what we are handling on the document we are presently creating. And our next meeting is August 11th at 9:30.
Okay, and last meeting, Information Technology Advisory Committee, Director Casey.
Could I get Sue to update us, because I wasn't there?
Oh, yes, it was excellent. It was an excellent meeting. I think we went through the BMS person, representative talked about the good work that they are doing. And they're working on so many different upgrades, and it's so intricate. You know, they're trying to process payments and trying to review why the payments are dispersed the way they are, and then tracking all of that. It's just, thank God there are people like that who are so detail-oriented that they'll track all of that and be able to process it. So I think, commend them. They're doing very good work.
Next meeting is August 25th.
Yes, at 1:30, and it is a virtual meeting.
Okay. Thank you all. On the future agenda items, I just wanted to talk about one of the items we talked a lot about today was the recognition agreement for non-institutional lenders. And so based on our agreement today, Jeff's going to make that amendment that we came up with to that, and then it's going to go out for 28-day notice, and it'll be voted on at our next regular meeting. And I just wanted to remind everyone that that's the direction that we had agreed to. And then the other items, the revised rules for committee meetings, lodger policy and application, and appliance policy changes. Those are all on future agenda items. And if there's no other questions, I'm going to put us in recess at this time, and until about 2:15. Got to give us a little time for lunch, and then we'll open for a closed session at about 2:15. Thank you all. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Hmm?